All right. We're here. We made it. Woohoo! It's Chelle and Amy. We're here. And we've got Amanda. Hello, Amanda. Mom. Hey, Brittany. How's it going? And of course, Magda. I'm glad you remembered back then that you're here. And Mom's excited about Magda being here. And, oh, it's Paige. Hi, Paige. How's everybody going? How's everybody doing? How you doing, Chelle?
Doing good. I've read all day.
Really? What'd you read?
I finished up Winter's Orbit. Well, yeah, I finished up Winter's Orbit.
Did you like that? Did you read the whole series?
It's not a series.
Oh, Winter's Orbit. I'm thinking of a different one. I'm thinking of Winter's Promise. Yes, Winter's Orbit. What'd you give it?
5 stars. I really liked it. Sharon, that was a good recommend.
Yeah. It's. I can't wait to read that one because it's exciting.
Yeah, it was really good. I enjoyed it.
Hello, Jean. How's it going? Yeah, Mom loved Winter's Orbit too. Hi, Kayla. How you doing? Welcome. So, hey, I'm already fulfilling one of my YouTube goals this year. Look, I got a reading sprint in January. So that's, one. Working on one.
Right at the very end there. Slid it in.
Just barely. It's still January.
It is.
Hello, Jane. How's it going? Yeah, Mom loved Winter's Orbit. That was a good Christmas gift. That was definitely one that I proud of myself of.
It's really good. I stayed up till 1 o'clock last night reading it until I finally had to pass out, and then I woke up and finished it.
That's great. Yeah, 1 o'clock. I remember when you and I could stay up until 4, 5, 6.
Yeah, I can sometimes. When I had COVID, I couldn't sleep. I would sleep for like 3 hours a night. I couldn't sleep.
Awful.
But I was fine. I wasn't tired. Like it was weird.
That's good. Because I've heard the opposite from a lot of people is that they were just so exhausted when they had COVID.
I was at the beginning. The first couple days I was exhausted. And then towards like the end of the week, I couldn't sleep at all.
Okay. Sorry.
Yeah. I watched a lot of Big Bang Theory.
That's what you said. Hooray, Amy. Yes. I did it. I made it in the month. Kayla's great. Good. Just finishing the Rebecca movie on Netflix and ready to sprint. Oh, so did you read Rebecca recently, Kayla? I haven't. I'm behind on my BookTube watching. Like really behind. So did you just read it? I love Rebecca. I haven't ever seen the movie though. Have you read Rebecca, Chelle? I know you hate classics, but I'm just wondering if you've read that one.
No, I have not read that one.
That is one you might actually like.
Yeah, I've heard that before.
Yeah, it's true. Hello, Hyperactive Bookworm. Welcome. Glad you could make it. Let's see, me too. Reading all day, The Starless Crown by James Rollins. I still have never read anything by James Rollins. Have you read anything by James Rollins? Chelle, I know Magda's a big fan.
I don't know. It doesn't sound familiar, but I don't always know.
Yeah, I need to get on that.
I'll have to look that up.
LOL, I was up until 2:20 last night reading. Well matched.
I read all of that.
Yeah. Did you read the whole series?
Yeah. Although she's got one more coming at some point.
Okay. I thought there was only like 3 couples though.
One of the guys' sister is going to be in the next one.
Okay.
It's already on Goodreads. Like it just says her story, not an actual synopsis, but it says her story. So you know who it's going to be about.
I really want to read that one.
The first one was the best. I wasn't as fond of the subsequent ones.
Really?
They were good, but the first one was the best.
Okay. I definitely want to read that series. Actually, I am going Oh, I can't say anything. I'm hoping I could read that series this year, or at least the first book in the series. Wait, actually, maybe I don't know. Maybe it's not actually. I don't remember. Okay, Magdalene Winter's Orbit 2. I need to get that one on my TBR. I need to get that one on my TBR because that's one I honestly, I knew Mom was going to love it. So that's why I got it for Christmas. But I also bought it for her because I knew that I was going to love it because I was really excited about reading it. So that's terrible, right?
It's really good.
Oh, so we did start watching Fruits Basket. We've watched the first 2 episodes so far. And
what'd you think?
Good. It's good. I might actually I like the manga, but I love the series.
Isn't it so cute?
Yeah, it's really good. And it helps too, because the
color.
Well, and also just the emotion. Like I love the emotions, how they're expressed in the anime. Who would have ever thought, Chelle, that I'd be watching anime?
I'm so proud. You have no idea this moment in my heart. I have recommendations when you're done with this one.
No. Yeah, if you, nobody knows here, but I have never ever been an anime person. Nothing against it, just not my thing. And Chelle's always loved anime, and I just could never. I don't even know if you ever tried really that hard, but or you just knew that I just wasn't going to get into it. But Mom and I've been reading Fruits Basket, which is one of Chelle's favorite manga series, and we've been loving it. But as we're going along, we're starting to get confused by how many new characters are being introduced and being able to remember who's who, which one comes from which zodiac. And so Chelle recommended watching the series, the anime series, and Mom and I just started watching it, and we're like, it's good. It's so good.
It is. It's so good.
So good choice. Good choice. Okay, Rebecca last year. How'd you like Rebecca, Kayla? I loved it. I think I remember giving it 5 stars. I'm probably going to be doing a reread sometime this year. And honestly, Chelle, no, I'm not going to say it. I'm never recommending classics to you again. I just give up at this point.
Unless it's on that list of 100 essential books, I probably will not read it.
It might be.
Then I might end up reading it.
Okay. Hey, Alita, welcome. Glad you're here. Hi, Amy. Good to see you. I can't wait to do some reading sprints with you because I know that we're going to get you doing reading sprints on your channel, and I've got to get my reading sprints every month. So I'm excited for that in the future. Jean says, I'm reading Autobiography, by Christina Lauren at 70%. Has anyone read it? I know my mom's read it. You have too? Oh, you read it too? How'd you like it?
I think I'm trying to remember which one that was. Yeah, I think I gave it 4 stars. I had one issue with the character development, like halfway through, 3/4 of the way through. But for the most part, I really liked it. It was cute.
Okay.
Yeah, I gave it 4 stars.
Okay. That's not bad. I do want to read that one at some point. It sounded interesting to me when I saw the synopsis, but who knows when that'll happen. Alita asks, what are you reading? So what are you reading, Chelle?
The Lightning Struck Heart by T.J. Cloon.
Sorry, don't mind me. I just spilled my drink on my computer.
Why'd you do that for?
Oh, because I wanted to make my life sad. Say it again, Chelle. I didn't hear what you said.
I said that I am reading The Lightning Struck Heart by T.J. Cloon.
Oh, I don't know anything about that series.
It is very, very different from his other books. Very, very different. Like, I wouldn't even have thought it was the same author.
Mm-hmm.
I love it. I'm absolutely loving it, but it's very different.
Sorry, don't mind me. Keep talking, Chelle. I'm trying to clean off my computer. Sorry, guys. Don't get car sick.
Good job.
I just started drinking it, too. I haven't been drinking it that long, so it's not even that. Okay.
I worry about you.
I hope we're okay. I do need to read some more TJ Cloon. I haven't read nearly enough. Okay, here I am. I'm back. Oh, my computer's still wet. Okay. Sorry. I may be reading Mad Ship.
Ooh.
So I am right here. Ooh, where am I? I'm right there.
Dang.
So
you are getting through it.
I'm getting through it. And that's my goal, is to finish. I'm having problems here. Technical difficulties. Sorry, guys. So I want to keep reading this, but I have Sunday Sum Up that has to go up tomorrow morning. So I told Chelle that I may be doing productivity sprints during this because I do have to continue editing that video. So maybe I'll take breaks. Maybe I'll do one sprint where I'm editing, one sprint where I'm reading. We'll see. But I got to get that video done. So that's that. What is everybody else reading today? This is the first fantasy sci-fi. What was that about? Winter's Orbit? Meaning, is it the first fantasy sci-fi?
Or the book that she's reading right now, or that she was reading today?
Oh, I don't know. I don't think
because I know
that.
She's read fantasy sci-fi other than Winter's Orbit.
Yeah.
So it must be the James Rollins guy.
Oh, yes, James Rollins. Right. Okay. Forgot about that.
I got you, Magda. I got you.
Magda already said by Rollins. Nice, Amy. Good job. I'm a little discombobulated now after spilling my drink. Kayla was neutral about Rebecca, but I would totally give it a reread. Yeah. And I know it's a very popular classic. Like, it's one of the more popular classics, and a lot of people really love it. But there are definitely people who are not as crazy about Rebecca, and that's understandable as well. And I think I wonder, I'll be curious when I reread it, because I'm not sure whether or not that is one where, if you already know the twist, is it not going to be as enjoyable? I don't usually have a problem with that personally, but I know that can be an issue with like thriller mysteries. Hey, Ruby. Welcome. Latitudes of Longing. I remember you talking about that one. I don't remember what it's about, though. Amanda's reading Green Rider. Ooh, what's that? What's Green Rider? Amy's reading A Cozy Mystery, Mayor for Murder by Leslie Langtree, and A Middle Grade Omar Rising by Alicia Said. Follow up to Okay. Awesome. That sounds good. Yeah, I know. Clumsy Amy. Nice job. Okay, I'm glad my computer's still working. That's what I was most worried about. Hi, Anne-Marie. Welcome. I know you said you like reading sprints. I'm glad you're here. Chelle is freezing or something. Yeah, Magda's laughing at me. I'm an embarrassment to reading sprints. I can't wait for our discussion. Oh, yeah, Mom loved Mad Ship. And I am having a heck of a time keeping her from giving things away, because she keeps going, where are you? And then I'll tell her, and she's like, oh, yeah. And then, and I'm, no, stop, don't say anything, because I know you'll accidentally give it away. So she's like dying to have our discussion about Mad Ship, and it's going to happen, because I'm getting there. Alita's reading Flicker in the Dark. Huh?
Slowly but surely.
Yeah, I'm getting there. January's not been as great a reading month for me. Flicker in the Dark. I don't think I've heard of that one. Brittany's reading Queen of Shadows. That sounds fun. Anne-Marie's reading Jade City. Have you read that one yet, Chelle? I made you read that, didn't I?
No, but I think it's on my TBR. Or I've at least seen it.
Okay. I made Magda read that one, if I remember correctly. Or I made her read the Inheritance Games. Or I made you read Inheritance Games.
You made me read Inheritance Games.
Because I'm a slow reader, just letting everybody know. I'm a slow reader, so I make my friends and my mom read all these books for me that I want to read, but I don't have time to read. So I usually get Mom and Magda and Chelle to read all these amazing books that I'll never have time to read. Jane's reading, and I think she's reading Jane, how are you liking that one? I really want to read that one. That one's on my TBR. I'm reading Out of Character by Annabeth Albert. I don't know what that is.
Shouldn't you know that, Amy?
I should. She's been getting a lot of books from the library, so she's been picking up a lot of books. I downloaded Libby app onto Mom's phone, and now she knows how to use it, and so she's
I love
getting
that
the hang
app.
of. Yeah, and she's able to download books on her own, and it's great. It's great. So, getting her to be a real regular library user. What? Oh, you're reading it? That's amazing.
Oh, I liked that book.
Did you read it?
Yeah, when I was little, when I was like in middle school.
So I'm sure it's really appropriate for middle schoolers.
It was a little traumatizing, parts of it. I ain't gonna lie. And my little sister peed the bed at one point while I was up late at night reading, and so all of a sudden I just heard this noise. Scared the crap out of me.
Great. That sounds amazing.
Stephen King, man, he is twisted.
Yeah, he is.
He's very twisted.
Sometimes that man's brain, like, what's going on up there?
I just made Nathaniel watch the original one with Tim Curry.
Oh, I've actually never watched it, so I don't know the story, which I'm excited about for when I eventually read it, because I'm definitely going to read it. But
I watched it first.
Did you like watching it first, or did you like reading it better?
Again, middle school.
Yeah,
we watched it at a sleepover, me and Jenny and Sarah and everybody, and it was very right now, Nathaniel, his comments on the special effects are pretty are pretty sad. They're pretty bad, but in middle school it was scary.
Oh yeah, I believe it. It's so funny because I look at special effects for movies and stuff nowadays compared to when I was younger, and things that hit a lot harder then. Now we're just so desensitized because we have seen such great special effects at this point. But yeah, it is strange to go back and watch some of those older movies, and
yeah,
you're like, oh, this is
only
cheesy.
one movie that's actually managed to, probably Jurassic Park. Jurassic Park is probably the only movie that's actually managed to stay,
as good as, or at least it still is as impactful. Like it still hits you the same way.
Exactly, still as impactful.
Anybody else know of any other ones, like older movies that have really old CGI or graphics and stuff that still feel really good? Because that's a good.
Star Wars doesn't count. Everybody knows Star Wars.
It doesn't count, guys. Mom said gamers. I love this duology. Oh, Mom loves gamers. This is some kind of gamers book. I'm also reading Rosemary and Rue by Shauna Maguire. Ooh, there's so many books. Like Shauna Maguire has so much of a backlist that I need to do more reading of Shauna Maguire. And then there's also the alter name, or like, I think Mira Grant is Shauna Maguire's, what do you call it? The pseudo, not this, what is the other name? Like,
Nom de Plume?
Yes, Nom de Plume. Okay. Amanda liked it. Good. Magda said, thanks, Chelle. Green Rider is a fantasy about a young girl kicked out of school and runs into a Green Rider who has been shot with arrows, and she takes a message from him to finish. Oh, okay, that's cool. Oh, that's neat. Okay, that sounds like fun. Oh, Inheritance Games. Yeah,
I like it too.
Have you read the second one yet? The new one?
No, and I know it's out. I haven't managed to add that to my list yet.
You're liking the project a lot. I do want to read that one. I don't think it's going to happen. Annabeth Albert. Is that the Green Rider author? My sister really likes Green Rider. I need to try it. Yes, you do, Brittany. And then we can't discuss because you haven't read it. Hush, Magda, hush. A Flicker in the Dark says,
I have to reread it, so.
Yeah, you do. A Flicker in the Dark is a thriller about Chloe, whose dad kidnapped and murdered. Oof. I have heard about that. 6 girls when she was a teenager, and now the murders are happening again. I have heard of that one. I don't know if you talked about it, Alita, and I probably heard it from you. That sounds scary, but fascinating. The original It gave me nightmares for months. Tim Curry was the best Pennywise. Solid
He
elementary
was.
school.
Oh my gosh.
He was also the best Frankenfurter. Yeah.
Yeah. Tim Curry's just the best at everything he does.
Kayla says, Ruby and I were in a bookstore recently and found a Seanan McGuire book we'd never heard of, and we're so confused. There are a lot. I've been hearing about a lot more recently. I need to get into Seanan McGuire more because I really like I really love their writing. So I need to get into Seanan McGuire a lot more. I'm reading Hawthorne Legacy in February. Okay,
Oh, nice.
Magda, of course. Magda's on top of things. All right, so should we do our first sprint? Let's get things started. Okay, I'm going to do a dice roll. Should I get like a online dice? Or do you have a dice near you, Chelle? Okay, let me see if I can do an online dice. Dice. 6-sided die. Okay, let's see if I can share my screen. Aha. Let's see if this is going to work. Nope. That work? No. Okay, I'm just going to roll it, and you guys have to trust me.
If we have to.
Oh, now I don't know how to stop this. Stop this. I'm having problems. Okay. Okay, so 1 means 20 minutes, 2 means 25, 3 means 30, 4 means 35, 5 means 40, and 6 means 45. So I just rolled 2, and I hope you believe me, but I did. So we're going to start with 25 minutes. And I didn't actually prepare a timer, so I'm just going to do a banner. And that means we'll start at 7:25, 30. Does that go to 7:50? Is that right? Or 50? Yeah, that's right.
Sorry, I was spacing.
Okay, so we'll do that. And Tim Curry is really amazing. Yeah, definitely.
Agreed.
How do I get this to go away now? I'm still learning. Hey, Christine, how's it going? Mere Grant is a pen name for Seanan McGuire. Yes, a pen name. That's the word I was looking for.
Isn't pen name the same? Isn't that what nom de plume means?
I think so.
Name
I don't.
Of pen?
So I've got to warn you guys, Chelle is something else. She really is. And I have to put up with it because I've known her for a very long time. Yes, Tim Curry is amazing. And Magda agrees as well. Starting to get my names mixed up here. Lots of great people here. Just got off work. Can't wait to get reading. Yes. We're going to start in 1 minute. I'm excited too. Oh, no, I'm not going to read. So I'm going to be editing because I'm late. What are you laughing at? I still can't figure out how to get this little StreamYard, how to share your screen thing away. I need to figure out how to do this, but oh well, not right now. Okay. Sorry, guys. Let's get to doing our thing. Let's do this. And we have until 50. On your marks, get set, go. Hello. Everybody back? Welcome back. Welcome back. You're never late, Jacqueline. You're never late. Arrived very late. Sorry, guys. Nope, not late. You're just right on time. Oh, let me turn off that banner. There we go. How did everybody get along with their reading? I did fairly good with my editing. I've got about, I still have a bit more to go, but the way that I do my editing is that oh, where am I? My internet is getting a little slow. The way that I do my editing is that I put all my pieces together and I do like a once through, and then once I get my once through, then I go through and I do a second full edit where I'm just kind of like making sure everything looked good, and then that's I do. That's my process. It's fun. It works for me. I figured out what works. Just finished 17 minutes left. Ooh! Great job. 17 minutes left of your audiobook? You're listening to an audiobook, weren't you, Jane? I remember. Yes, audiobook of the project. Right. Yes, I can remember things. Congratulations. Read 16 pages. That's great. I'm reading The Art of Racing in the Rain by Garth Stein. Oh, I haven't heard of that one. What's that about? Art of Racing in the Rain. 20% left of my cozy mystery. Awesome. Oops. Alita read 26 pages of The Flicker in the Light. Is that one? That one sounds really creepy, actually. It sounds interesting, but creepy. Amanda didn't read Green Rider after all. I have 10 pages left in The Summer Tree, so I'm going to finish it tonight. Great job. That's fantastic. 25 screens on my Kobo of autobiography, Half a Chalet. That's a lot of stuff I don't understand. Is that like an ebook? I mean, like an ebook sort of thing? 3 pages and then switch to poetry. Oh, are you reading? What was the one you mentioned in your? I remember you talking about poetry you were going to try and get to this month. What are you reading this month, Ruby? Chapter, not chalet. Okay. Thanks for clarifying, Jean. Okay. I have heard such great things about what is it? Art of Racing in the Rain by Garth Stein. Mom's reading something fun. Look in the Dark. It is creepy. I can't trust anyone. I love it. Yeah, those unreliable narrators. Those can be really fun, actually. Made it to 85% of my book. Congratulations, Anne-Marie. That's fantastic. So that was Jade City, right? Yes, Jade City. We're reading Jade City, which everybody's reading Jade. I think just because Jade Legacy came out recently, everybody's reading that series. The Green Bone Saga. Yeah, nice job, baby. Okay. It's narrated by the Dog's Life View. Oh, that sounds interesting. That's fun. I like books that are narrated by like pets and animals and stuff like that. Hi, Diana. I got to page 33 of Trophy Hunt by C.J. Box. Mary Oliver. Okay. I'm reading her essays in Upstream, but they read like poetry. Okay. Maybe that's not who I was thinking of that you were talking about. I read your TikTok TBR this month. I did your TikTok TV at the Arbor this month, and it was so much fun. Oh, good. That's cool. I'm glad everybody's. I love the interactions. Hello, welcome. I'm reading Keeper of the Lost Cities, Book 2, and organizing my Feb journal layout. Yeah, Mom loved Keeper of the Lost Cities. She read the first one, and she absolutely loved it. Alita hasn't read Jade City yet. And Amanda says that's because Annabeth Albert. Oh. Chelle, how'd you do?
I read 20 pages. But in my defense, they're really big.
Oh, I understand. That's how those, sometimes it's rough with those big books because you're like, it would have been more than that if it hadn't been like such big pages, such little words. That's really
It
rough.
makes me laugh. So much laughing.
I saw you're laughing. That's fun. I like books like that. His owner is a car racer. Oh, cool. That sounds interesting. I like that. That's the rain one. Art of Racing in the Rain. Hey Naomi, how you doing? Good to see you. Glad you're here. It's on Deborah's list.
What book is your mom reading right now?
What are you reading? Chelle wants to read it. Book 5 of Keeper. I just love that series. Yeah, I really want to read that one. It's so funny because I have heard such great things about that first book, but then I've heard other people who have issues with it for some reason. I don't.
Character. But it's book 2.
Did you hear that? Mom says it's out of character, book 2.
Got it.
You'd like my mom to read that? Your mom to read that or my mom to read that? Art of Racing in the Rain. I haven't read it because I assumed it was a sad about dogs and just can't handle that. Yeah, that's true. Sometimes when books are really sad about certain animals, it can be, when they have difficult moments, it can be very difficult to read. Hello, welcome, Alicia. I'm glad you're here. Book 2 is out of character. So what's the first one called?
Conventionally Yours.
Okay.
I already looked it up. Sharon, you have to read this. You will love it.
It's the TJ Cloon one?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, we have a hornless gay unicorn.
Put it in the chat. Can you put it in the chat, Chelle?
Maybe.
Oh my god, that's awesome. I'm glad you had fun.
Maybe.
Oh, Keeper. Yeah, I just love that series. Keeper 5 Keeper. Yeah. This is book 1. Mom, you've got to read it. You've got to read.
It's very different. Sharon, it's very different from his other books. It's a lot funnier. The other books were like more emotion based. This is a little bit more crude and hilarious.
You've got to read The Art of Racing in the Rain. Write that down, Mom.
And I can't write it down because I can't figure out how to make it work.
Did she hear you? There's too many moving parts going on right now. I'll write down the one, Jacqueline, I'll write down the one that Mom needs to be reading for.
What do you tell me?
Art of Racing in the Rain.
All the Racing in the Rain?
The Art of Racing in the Rain. Okay. And everybody else should read it too. Just sorry I'm late back. Ash and I figured out a video idea for next. Ooh, we'll get to see Ash. I'm glad. I'm excited. That sounds fun. I can't wait to see what that is. I love TJ Cloon. Mom's writing it down. Alicia's currently reading Firekeeper's Daughter, almost halfway through, and it's so good. Oh, I definitely have been hearing a lot of good things. I haven't heard very many poor, negative reviews about Firekeeper's Daughter, so that's definitely one I need to get to. Jazza to read. Oh, thank you, Paige. Paige will be our what do you call it? Our note keeper. Amanda loved Firekeeper's Daughter. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I always say I want to read that one, and then what do I actually get to? I don't know. Naomi, I'm editing my TBR for tomorrow. Oh, good. I can't wait to see it, Naomi. I'm so excited. I've been looking forward to your TBR. I always love your TBR. I just discovered an error that I made while filming, but no changing it now. Oh, that's always frustrating, isn't it? I'm editing my my Sunday sum up because it's got to go up tomorrow. So Shazza is here. I didn't like The Art of Racing. Oh, so it wasn't for Alita. So I guess it's not for everybody, but we'll see what mom thinks, because she's definitely reading a lot right now. She's been on a reading binge. I recommend Firekeeper's Daughter on audio because the Ojibwa words were hard to pronounce in the ebook. Oh, okay, that's good to know. I'm actually taking as many audiobook, well, no, I'm not taking as many audiobook recommendations as possible, but my audiobooks are kind of where I have a lot of freedom to listen to whatever I want to, so not on my TBR. So I'll put that on my list of what to read next. Well, next, I have a few others on there. I thought I had to start a novel on this sprint. Oh, no, you don't have to. You can do whatever you want. You can continue on. Start a new one. Like me, you can edit a video or do something like that. You don't have to, or clean dishes or twiddle your thumbs. You don't have to. There's no pressure whatsoever. We're not gonna. We're happy to have you here. That's all that matters. I love Firekeeper's Daughter last year. Okay, good to hear. What was the one Chelle said I need to read? The TJ Cloon one? Yeah, what's that series again?
The Lightning Struck Heart is the first book in the series.
The Lightning Struck Heart. Just looking it up. Turn of the Key. Awesome. Thank you. Thank you, Alita.
I read by Ruth Ware. What did I read by Ruth Ware? I recognize that.
You either read One by One or
No.
Women in Cabin 10?
No.
Dark Wood?
No.
Turn of the Key.
Since you probably made me read it, I expect better of you.
Those are the ones I would have thought of off the top of my head to make you read them.
I see how it is. You don't even know what you recommend to me anymore.
Do I have to keep track of everything you read? I don't think so. I actually grew up semi-close to the area.
The Lying Game, and yes, you made me read it.
Yes, you're right. I did make you read that one. I should have waited because I should have made you wait.
2 stars. I was not fond of that one.
Oh, that's fun. I might be reading that one soon. I actually grew up semi-close to the area of the book, and my uncle was with someone that was part of the tribe, so I've heard of some of the words. Yeah. I have been reading, well, I really like, what's her name? Louise Erdrich, and Louise Erdrich is Ojibwe, so I really enjoy, I probably have learned more about that particular group than some of the other ones, because there's a lot of writers that, more well-known writers from the Ojibwe tribe, and like Louise Erdrich is really popular, so it's wonderful getting to read outside your own culture. I enjoy that. The Lying Woods. The Lying Game.
I assume one of the Ruth Ware books in the guessing game of what Amy made.
The Death of Mrs. Westaway. So this is nice. I like this. I'm not done with the book. I think it isn't for me either, Alita. Oh, but you thought my mom might like it. Okay, that's good to hear. So it's not really for you, The Art of Racing in the Rain, but I think, didn't Amy say that she liked it? I think she said she liked it, didn't she? Didn't you say that, Amy? I can see The Turn of the Key being an amazing audiobook. Really enjoyed reading it. Okay. Good. I haven't actually read it. My internet is going slow. I haven't actually read anything by Ruth Ware yet, so that'd be a nice way to get into it. Can you hear me?
Yeah, don't read that one. Don't read The Lying Game.
I might have to, so.
Ugh. Although if I gave it 2 stars, you might absolutely love it and give it 5 stars.
Well, that's true. There's been several books that you're like, oh, it's terrible, and then I read it and I love it. So I can't go based off what you think.
Then why do you make me read them?
Well, because sometimes I do well, and you like the books I make you read. And I hope you all know that I don't make Chelle read anything. Okay, has anyone read the Orenda? Has anybody read that? Who's that by? Yeah, Ruth Ware. Mm-hmm. I got to page 150 of Ariadne. Ooh. How are you enjoying Ariadne?
That mythology.
Yeah, Chelle might like that. That's something that Chelle
I love Greek mythology.
Yes, give her all your great Greek mythology recommendations. Queen's Thief series by Megan Whalen Turner is a good audiobook, narrated by Steve. I gotta write all these down. Hold on. I'm doing it. The Queen's Thief, Megan Whalen. Okay, thank you. Oh, where am I? Back here. I said I heard great things. Oh, I'm sorry, Amy. So Amy's heard great things about Racing in the Rain, not necessarily read it on her own. Okay. Line Game is the worst one.
Thank you.
That's hilarious. Oh, okay.
Oh.
Turn of the Key is the only Ruth Ware I have liked so far. Oh, really? I mean, I've heard a lot of, I will be curious to see what I think about Ruth Ware. And the only reason for that is because I'm not a thriller reader. Not that I don't like thriller, just that I haven't read a lot of thriller. So it'll be interesting to see if my opinion is different just because my experience is less. I feel like the more thrillers, people who are thriller readers read, the more they already know what the twists are and already know all that stuff. And I'm wondering if I'll enjoy it more.
Thriller reader. I mean,
just didn't like the writing.
It was just
weird. Not a thing.
It just was.
Alicia wasn't a fan of Death of Miss Westaway. Mrs. She likes the one Mom's picked. Whatever. Line Game by Ruth Ware is my least favorite of her books so far. So Christine does not like it either.
So
I agree about the Line Game. Wasn't a fan of that one.
I feel vindicated.
I mean, I've never read it, so I wasn't sure you were gonna like it, Chelle. I think it just worked out for whatever we needed to read it for.
I know.
I read Firekeeper's Daughter in November. Amazing book. I loved it. Okay, I'm definitely gonna listen to that one on audiobook, hopefully at some point soon. My favorite Ruth Ware is Woman in Cabin 10. I remember, were you talking about that? Or was somebody else talking about that recently? I saw somebody else mention that. Was that you, Christine? I have that one, so I will read it. Ruth Ware is one of those authors that people either love or they hate, or they love some of her books and hate some of her books. And my internet just keeps popping out. I don't know why. Sorry, guys, if there's any weird jumps and stuff. One by One is Naomi's favorite so far, and it isn't an amazing mystery, but I love the setting and atmosphere. That one I'm excited to read as well. Yeah. Only read Woman in Cabin 10. Really liked Woman. Okay, good. I have that one.
All right. So if I decide to try another one of her books, I'll go for that one.
Yeah. Brittany DNF'd Ariadne, but only because I had to turn it back into the library. Oh, I don't know if I'd try it again. So you had to turn it back in the library, but you don't know if you'd necessarily check it out again because it may have not have been that amazing for you. That happens. That happens. Haven't read The Line Game yet, and this isn't sounding like
No, I give very, very few 2 stars. Amy can tell you. They're usually books recommended.
Yeah. She usually gives 3 stars, at least, like even when they're not good and she doesn't like them, I'm like, why are you giving it a 3-star then? But she feels guilty.
Like
I don't know.
Anne of Green Gables. I did not like that, but I gave it 3 stars. Like, it's really hard to get a 2-star for me. I feel guilty. And that one got 2 stars.
Yeah. When we start, when we roll on my board and you get classics, we're going to have to start making modern classics work for that as well, because I know, or I'm just determined to find a classic that you like.
There are classics that I like. It's just rare.
Yeah, you like the ones I don't like Lord of the Flies.
Think about that one. I like the ones that you don't like.
So you'll love, I didn't like Lord of the Flies at all. And then there was another shipwreck one, on a deserted island that I hated too. Not Treasure Island. I liked that one well enough. But
Robinson Crusoe, wasn't it?
Yes, I did not like Robinson Crusoe. So maybe you won't like that. Maybe you'll like that one. You should try Robinson Crusoe, Chelle.
Unless it's on that stupid list.
I thought Amy's mom is in the background still writing comments that she did.
It works best when we get to hear her twice. Vocally and visually.
That's right. She's my peanut gallery. Have you ever read any Wendy Webb? She writes gothic paranormal books. The End of Temperance was really good in my opinion. No, I haven't even heard of Wendy Webb. Have you heard of Wendy Webb, Chelle? You like paranormal a lot.
No, I like paranormal. You like gothic.
Gothic, yeah, that's true. I'm going to write that down and check out Wendy Webb because I've never heard of Wendy Webb.
I thought I liked Gothic until I read more of it.
Alita read The Lion Game this year, so if anyone wants to buddy read it, I have to read The Lion Game this year. So if anyone wants to buddy read it, doesn't sound too good, but I must. Yeah, you know what, Alita, we might have to talk about that soon.
Pick Amy.
But I've already planned a buddy read. So I'm trying to lessen my buddy reads this year. Do you remember that, Chelle?
Okay.
Lessening the buddy reads. So I am a good buddy read partner. But Alita and I have something planned already, so we're working our way through. I'm the same way. I feel bad giving low stars. Yeah. Thank you, Naomi. Vindicated. Is the word.
So that was the only book in high school that I remember being able to tolerate. I haven't read it since high school. I didn't, after like The Scarlet Letter and Grapes of Wrath and all of those horrible, horrible books, Lord of the Flies was very refreshing to me.
I wasn't a fan of The Scarlet Letter in high school. I have to reread that one just because I want to see if it really is as.
Or Tess of the D'Urbervilles.
Oh, I like Tess of the D'Urbervilles.
Hated every single book in English. Lord of the Flies and 1984 were the only books that I was like, I can read this. So I don't know how they hold up 20 years later.
Well, I really like Tess of the D'Urbervilles, but I know it's not for everyone either. So, and I know why you don't like it. Okay, I love Lord of the Flies. It's one of my faves. Yeah, Alita, many people like Lord of the Flies. So, I mean, I know that I say I hate it, and so does Naomi, but I know that a lot of people love it. And, your feelings are valid.
It's been, gosh, I don't even know. Freshman year of high school, Amy, since I've read it.
The Orinda is by Joseph Boyden. It's about an Iroquois girl kidnapped by. Oh, that sounds rough. Yeah, no, I've never even heard of it. That sounds rough though. Your mom read A Curious Beginning by Deanna Raybourn. I loved it. I'm thinking she may like it. Is it about Korean dramas? I'll write it down. Or Mom, write it down. A Curious Beginning by Deanna Raybourn. Okay, I don't give low stars often because someone put their heart and soul into that book, and it isn't my job to crush the other souls. Oh, that's very, very, very kind, Amy. And I agree. I do agree. It is really hard to give low scores. I do give low scores, but I try not to be, although I am being mean about Lord of the Flies. So I guess there are times that hopefully that author won't come back to me and
not here anymore.
Yeah, but
that's
true.
Exactly how I feel, Amy. I feel super guilty, especially with how many authors are on Goodreads and all that kind of stuff. Like, hey, man, you wrote a book.
Yeah, I know it's more than I did.
It's better than I could have done.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I have to really, really dislike it to give it an okay or less.
Yeah, definitely. It's hard. Rating is hard. Sometimes I just kind of wish that whole part of things could be taken away, like no rating. But it does make it easier to explain how you feel about something. But it is hard because you're right. Somebody put their heart and soul into it, and it is really difficult because writing is not writing a book is not easy. Getting it published and out there so people can actually read it. It's not the publishing world is not a forgiving, kind place, and they don't really. There's a lot of authors that don't get published, so it's difficult. What I didn't like about The Lion Game was all the swearing. I felt like it was way too much. F-bomb showed up a lot to the point I felt it was distracting and took away from the actual story. Okay, that's good to know. I don't know if that would bother me too much, but I'll be curious to see how I feel about that. I've heard the same thing about, there's another book that I really want to read, and I've heard the same thing about that. I've heard multiple people say they really liked it. The Lies of Locke-Lamora. So I've heard that one, that some people really love it, but then other people are complaining that there's just way too much swearing in it. And that would be distracting.
I don't think that was my problem with it. I mean, I don't swear a lot, but fair enough.
Yeah, that's hilarious, Amy.
So would Amy.
Yeah, so would Amy. I just didn't read books in high school. I got the Cliff Notes or asked my friends. A lot of people did the same thing in high school. And you know what's funny is when I read
them.
Yeah, you were a reader though.
Even Grapes of Wrath. That one hurt.
I loved Steinbeck. Actually, I haven't read Grapes of Wrath yet. Huh?
Chapters about freaking turtles. Still bitter about that, by the way.
Sounds like something I would enjoy.
Yeah.
The funny thing about my reading of classics in high school is I didn't do schoolwork. So I didn't actually read for school because I was a terrible student. I had no interest in school. So when I read classics in high school, I did it as my own project for something I wanted to do. So I was like, you know what, I got to pick up classics. And that's what I did. I don't remember how many I read. I think there's some that I read that I didn't realize I read. And so now when I reread some of the classics, I'm like, oh, or now when I read some classics, there's been a few that I've been like, oh, wait, I've read this before. And I think that was when I read it. Love 1984. Just got Lord of the Flies. Can't wait to read it. I'll be curious to hear what you think, Christine.
I would be very curious too.
Read the Scarlet Letter with my cousin. It wasn't great, but it was better with the experience. Okay. Okay.
Well, experiences, but I meant the book. So do I. I love her laugh too.
She's got a very amazing. Mom has one of those laughs that you'll know anywhere.
I can always find her in a crowd.
As I used to do performing, like when I was a kid, and not just her laugh too, but my mom, when she screams like "Amy" or "Ah," you always know my mom because she's the loudest person. And so whenever I was in performances, I'd be on stage and I'm like, well, there's my mom. Even if it was a huge crowd, I always knew where she was. Maybe read 1984, but I'm dreading the day. I was about a 3-star with 1984 because I liked elements to it, but I really did not like the characters. So I liked it for what it was, and I liked the whole dystopian element of it. I thought that the Big Brother aspect was fascinating, and the questions and the social commentary that came up in it was really interesting. But I could not get into the characters, and so I felt very distanced from it. If that makes sense. Mom's gonna try Curious Beginning. Some authors send their fans after you if you give. Oh, yes. I know that's kind of scary on the Goodreads. I haven't had that happen yet, but I do worry about that because people get really vicious on Goodreads and stuff. I wish Goodreads would do half stars. Sometimes I feel like a book is better than 2 stars, but not good enough for 3. I agree, Diana. I wish they did quarter stars because I'm a quarter star rater, but half star would be nice. I feel bad because I never all the books mentioned so far, except you've never read any of the books mentioned except Lord of the Flies. Don't feel bad. There's time. There's plenty of time. Read 1984 as a teen and gave her a lot of nightmares.
You should read it now and see what you think.
Is the Orinda of Canada Reads winner? Oh, that's a good question. Is it? Won't do that now. Chelle said you should. I read it, didn't like it. It's okay, it's good, it's great, and it's exceptional. Oh, you rate, I didn't like it. It's okay, it's good, it's great, and it's exceptional. Yeah, you know what's funny is
I do too. That's what I do too.
But it's okay. How often do we actually rate books that we feel are okay as 2 stars?
I do.
You do?
But,
okay.
Well, ish. Again, like I always rate above.
You thought was okay.
Yeah.
You gave it a 3 stars.
I gave it 3 stars.
You're a lying liar. Let's move on.
That was a lot of it. I hated every single character in that book.
Well, she liked the dog.
I don't even remember the dog. I just remember hating all the characters.
Okay. Ruby says, my teacher had the kids in my class act out the turtle chapter so we could really... What? Okay, I haven't read it, so don't give it away.
It's nothing. The chapter is absolute nothing.
I'm sure there is a great meaning behind it. It's Steinbeck, after all. Come on now. I enjoyed the books I had read in high school. I was one of the few I liked, I don't know if I can say the same because I honestly didn't do any work in high school.
I read all the books, but I didn't like most of them.
Mm.
That is such a good book. Love that book. Love that book.
Me. Welcome, Taylor, and you're reading a great book.
You are. I love that book.
Naomi says story. What did you say last where the story was missing? I need to read. Oh, dreading. Oh, I don't know where that's from. Oh, probably what Diana said. Yes? No? I don't know. Welcome, Bucolic Banter. Hello, everyone. Just saw the live sprint, so popped in. Welcome. We're happy to have you. We've been chatting about a lot of things, so we'll probably get to another sprint here soon. We should, right? Everybody's just so excited to have a good conversation. I had someone tell me that I would like Brave New World more than I like 1984 and want to read that too. I haven't read that one yet, so I can't contribute, but I would like to read it. I read The Catcher in the Rye last year with my nephew. It was horrible. It was banned when I was a teen. I've heard that's a rough one. I've never read Catcher in the Rye.
I don't want to read it, but I think it's on the list.
Well, we're probably gonna read it then. Never read 1940. Really want? Yeah, read it, Alita. It's a very interesting book, and I think it's a very appropriate book for these days. Mm-hmm. Storygraph does have stars and very detailed reviews. I know, and everybody's doing a great job of getting over on Storygraph, and I'm just
I'm on there, but I haven't really played with it much.
I'm just exhausted of everything else. Like the idea of moving.
So it's like, it's like MySpace to Facebook is what we're saying here.
It'll happen. I eventually did get onto Facebook, so
it took a while.
My family didn't get a DVD player until 20 years after everybody else did. So, I eventually get on the board. I eventually get on board. It just takes a lot longer. Let's see. Oh, reading Sword of Kaigen. I'm very intrigued by that one. I'm curious. I'm curious about that one. It sounds amazing. I do. Magda does. Magda rates her books that way. I agree. I just started using Storygraph, and I have been enjoying. Oh, you use Storygraph? Is that what you're saying, Magda? Just started using Storygraph, and I've been enjoying it. It also lets you put potential trigger warnings in the book. I like that. That's nice. It's nice to be able to look up things that way. Okay, books are 3 stars. Okay, books are 3 stars. 2 stars would be this book was not for me. 1 star if it's a shit book and should be burned. Thank goodness it should be burned. Thank goodness only 1 star. Oh, 1 star in your life. That's good because I have had probably more than 1 star.
I don't know if I have. Did I rate The Mysteries of Adolfo 1 star or 2?
You gave it 2, I think.
See, I don't know that I've ever given a 1 star.
I'm proud to start reading. I follow an audio recording while reading, set speed to very slow. That way I learn new words and how to pronounce. I have a learn. Oh, that's great, actually, using audio recordings, audiobooks for learning or for learning new words. That's fantastic. It's a great way to work with it. Reading set speed to very slow. That way I learn new words and how to pronounce it. Okay, that's great to hear. I need to use tactics like that, especially if I have students that need to work on reading. Let's see. Hello, just popped in for the sprint. Need to finish a book for one of my challenges. Awesome. What are you reading, Amber? Only 46 pages in and loving it. Hoping to get at least 100 pages into it tonight. What was that again? Cemetery Boys. Yeah. I'm with you. The idea of moving everything onto Storygraph just seems exhausting. I'm having that problem.
It transfers it automatically. Mm-hmm. That I do know. It transfers everything automatically, but it's still I did it a while ago, and I was like, but nobody's on here, so what's the point?
So it's getting way more popular. I think my issue is that on Goodreads, I have 1,500 books in my want to read, and I have them categorized all into separate categories.
I don't know if it does that. I know it brings everything over. You do this stuff, and it links to your Goodreads account and pulls everything over. Mm-hmm. But I don't. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
I think it's better for people who really want recommends. It seems to be really good at that. Like it goes based off of what you put on there and gives you like all these recommends for books you might enjoy. But I don't need recommends. I've got you and I've got books.
Oh, Brittany, I'm sorry. We've only done one sprint and I feel
know.
I'm sorry. But thank you for joining us, Brittany. And you're going to be mentioned in my video tomorrow, just so you know. Lowest rating was Gone Girl. Really? Interesting. I actually liked Gone Girl, but I know a lot of people didn't. Alita hated Gone Girl as well. You can import your Goodreads data from Storygraph. Yeah, I do. I do know that. I'm more worried about my categorizations. I've got everything sectioned into little categories, and I have no.
She's got like over 1,000 books on her TBR because she's insane.
1,500.
So, I mean, I read a lot of books, and I only have 100 on there.
Okay, 1 star. I'm close to a DNF, but ultimately finished. 2 stars were okay, but mostly bored. 3 stars I enjoyed. 4 stars really enjoyed. 5 stars really enjoyed and made me stim with excitement. Made you very excited, yeah. Anne Marie's been using Storygraph for years. I will get there. I promise you guys, I will get there. Yeah, a lot of people DNF 1 stars. Cemetery Boys. I need to get the. Still using Goodreads too, but I don't want to transfer all my stuff. That's where I'm at. Try to import my Goodreads stuff. I'm still saying it's importing.
It does take a while.
Okay, so yeah, it's the transfer part that I had to do it all manually, Taylor. Oof, that's what scares me. All the shelves are moved over. So all your shelves, like all my shelves, Naomi, will move over. All my individual. If that's true, I might eventually do that. Maybe during the summertime. It's like mom reading to me and I follow the words in the book. Make sure audio is not abridged. Okay,
I think abridged books are the absolute worst thing in the absolute world because if you're not freaking paying attention, you accidentally get one of those and it sucks.
Shell's missed out on some things apparently, and she's a bit bitter. That's good to hear. And a lot of people do that. I've noticed a lot of booktubers listen to audio while they're reading. I haven't actually done that yet. I have had intentions of doing it, especially with like Illuminate. I want to do that with that book. And there's a few others that I think it would be fun to listen to the audiobook while I read the book. And that's a very popular technique. It's becoming a very popular technique. So I'm glad to hear that it's been useful for you. That's Kind of Magic, book 1 of the Windy City Magic series, light and fluffy, and really starting to feel good Valentine's Day. That's nice. That's Kind of Magic. I'm gonna look that one up because I need light and fluffy in my life. Oh, what am I kidding? I've got plenty of books in my life. Best. I need to add another book to my 1,500 books on want to reads on Goodreads.
Oh, you increased it. We were so proud that you got to like 1,000.
No, it went down. Yeah, I went up again. Yeah, I heard of Gone Girl. Yeah, I'll leave the books. It was just so underwhelming for me. Yeah, I both loved and hated Gone Girl, but didn't read it at all. So I didn't read it at all. It is my only no-star review. Oh, interesting. I have a few no-star reviews. Same, I thought it was very overhyped. I'm off to play Lego video games with my kiddo. Oh, it's good chatting with you, Amanda. Sorry, we're gonna get to we're gonna start a sprint soon. I swear. Thank you for joining us, Amanda. Have fun with your kid. Lego video games, that sounds fun. I started with Storygraph first. Didn't know. Oh, okay. So you were Storygraph before Goodreads. That's good to hear. So I mean, I know that it has a lot of things that would be nice to use. And I know that there are, especially the half stars and whatnot. And I know that recommendations, and it's kind of nice that it tells you like fast-paced books, medium-paced books, slow-paced books. So there's a lot of things I like about it. I'm just hesitant to switch. But Naomi says all her categories moved. I'm glad to hear that. Not interested in Gone Girls. Can't read thrillers, but I can watch them. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm feel the opposite. I am more scared. I don't like scary movies as much as I like scary books. Different kind of scary, I think. Right, not Reddit. Yeah. Storygraph sounds like a lot of work if you have to move things. I'll stick to Goodreads. Yeah, I think that we'll see how it goes going forward if I ever give it a try. A bridge is awful. It's like cheating the reader,
Right? I'm telling you, why would you cut up somebody's work? Like, I don't understand that. It's a book. Why would you cut out parts of it? And then if you're not careful, somebody gets it and they're like, wait a second, this isn't the book I remembered reading. Oh,
I don't like abridged books either. I
don't understand the point. Oh,
Amy really likes the in tandem reading and listening experience. I need to do that. I do need to try that.
I can't do it. I read too fast.
Yeah, you read too fast with the audio. Some people like to listen to audiobooks really quickly. I know some
I can't
people read.
handle the voice. I want to because, like, that's when I read, I go that fast. So I want to because I don't like how it takes so much longer for me to get through an audiobook. But I've tried it and I can't handle the voice.
Okay. Let's see. We've got a few more comments, and then we'll get on. We have a few more comments, then we're going to get to a sprint. Or I say that, and then we're going to have more comments. I was burned with an abridged book once. I'm sorry, Naomi. That's rough. And apparently Chelle was too.
It's a pet peeve of mine.
You really liked that series. Best Kind of Magic series. I'm going to check that out. Anyone read The Butterfly Garden by Dot Hutchinson? It sounds familiar. Enjoyed the series, follows FBI area that deals with crimes against children. Oof,
I would have a really hard time with
sounds
that.
hard.
I like true crime, which is weird for me, but I do actually like it. But that would still be really hard.
Anne Marie's most common method is audio physical. Love blended reading, preferred over just physical or just audio. I need to do that at least with some of the books. Some of the ones I'm interested in listening to and reading at the same time. I've got to try that. Butterfly Garden, but I have heard great things. Never read it. That was a duplicate.
It was a duplicate.
I like no love marking in my books to help, but you can't do that with library books. Yeah, marking in your books does help. Being on disability income can't buy books, so it's hard. Yeah, scary books are fun. Scary books are fun. It's different because you don't have jump scares. I think scary books are fun. Okay, halfway through and bought the second book already. Okay, that sounds like a fun one. I'll have to check it out. Okay, let's do another sprint. Okay, let me end this time. I think I can. Oops. Nope, can't. I lied. Okay, let me just roll. We got a 3. And that is 30 minutes. We're going to do a 30-minute sprint. So we're at 32. We'll go until 9:02 or 02. We're just going to. Oops, nope, that's wrong. We'll go to 03. All right. Happy reading, everybody. We are back. Welcome, Margaret. Hello, welcome. You have very good timing. Let me turn that banner off. Comments. Earlier, Jean said used to read Reader's Digest, but then of classics they're abridged, so she didn't get it. She felt like she was missing out because she wasn't reading the whole thing. Yeah, we were talking about that, and I totally understand that because abridged versions are the worst. I think we had a consensus agreement on that. Well, except for Cliff Notes when you're in school and need the help.
Well, that's different. Cliff Notes, you know, completely going in that it's not an actual book. Abridged books, the audiobooks, they sneak up on you. You go, oh, there it is. And then in fine print, it's like, abridged. I altered the story. Nice.
All right, so Jacqueline, I'm not sure. But how do you get the past comments to catch up on titles and authors mentioned? I didn't take notes unless someone did and can email them to me. I mean, you can scroll up on the comments if that's what you're asking, and take if anybody can remember. You know, it was funny, Chelle, during that break, Mom was like, "What was the one Chelle was mentioning?" What, like, even though you told her like 10 times.
I think because I'm not actually logged in, it doesn't let me comment.
Okay.
So I don't have an option, a comment box. I see the comments, but I can't. There's no place for me to type anything.
Okay. Yeah. You can scroll up for sure. I haven't been keeping track of everything, so I don't have a list. I would have to go back to the comments and check through them. But if anybody else has been keeping track and would like to put a list in that, I know that I have heard The Firekeeper's Daughter on audiobook, The Turn of the Key. Oh wait, I'm saying it out loud, but that's not helping at all, right? You want it written down. If anybody wants to put any of the comments in the section of books that they recommend, so Jacqueline can check that up or see if you remember what we were talking about. Maybe during the next sprint, I can put some in there. Anyways. But yeah, scrolling up on the comments, you can absolutely do that and then see some of the past books we were talking about. You'll do some reading shortly. Segue from my January Tome Buddy read. Oh, what's your Tome Buddy read? Anything? Well, obviously big. And by the way, how did everybody go? How did your reading go this time around? What was it again that Shellers was reading? She has been laughing through it, hasn't she? What was it,
I am reading The Lightning Struck Heart by T.J. Cloon. And it is hilarious, a little crude, and hilarious.
The Lightning Struck Heart. Is that a series?
It is. Tales from Verania. It's about a wizard, a hornless gay unicorn, a half giant, and a sexually aggressive dragon. And it's hilarious.
Sounds like TJ.
I'm having a blast.
So, how did you do during that sprint?
23 pages.
But they're big pages.
They're big pages. Normally I read faster, I swear.
It's not a competition. On the slow reading channel, the person who reads slowly channel.
So I think this is one of his earlier series. The book was out of print, but I think they re-released it, but it might be like self-published because the margins are really funny.
Oh, interesting.
Really? Editing. I've noticed, well, there are editing issues in big publisher books too, and I've only seen a couple, but it's definitely formatted in a way I've never seen before.
Okay.
So, but it's so good.
Is that a new one you picked up, or is it an older version?
It's a new.
Okay.
Look at look at the back. But
it's hard to get a hold of, you're saying.
I was able to get it on Amazon. But I think if you look on Goodreads, it does say it's out of print, but it is on Amazon and it's a new book. Okay. So I didn't fully look into it. I'm pretty sure it's like his older work. I mean, everybody knows Under the Whispering Door and House of the Cerulean.
The newer stuff, yeah.
Yeah, but this is completely different than those two books. Completely different.
Okay.
I don't recall laughing this loud at the other ones.
Christine got through 5 pages because Ophelia was demanding attention. Those kitty cats, they do like attention. They like their attention. I was able to read 24 pages. Great, Taylor. That's awesome. How's it going? You're reading Cemetery Boys. Is Taylor reading Cemetery Boys? I have to like scroll back and double check what everybody's reading. I can't. Yeah, that's not going to work. When you edit for 30 minutes and only get through 7 minutes, that could be what just happened with me, Naomi. Although I might have made it a little further. I'm getting a little further, I think. Only 5 pages. That's okay. 5 pages is great. You could type if you could type if you're a team member, Chelle. I'm a StreamYard specialist. Oh. Chelle, you can type as a team member. Yeah, Margaret knows everything about everything when it comes to live streaming.
There is no text box anywhere on this screen. So,
really?
I mean, I'm sure I can figure it out if I spend some time.
She's not going to try. That's the problem, Margaret. She's not going to. Kayla got 10. You did not only. You got 10 pages. Fantastic. Oh, Segu is the title. I'm like, I kind of figured you might know how to spell segue, but okay. 68%. That is awesome. That is awesome. Great job. 18 pages. I can read 160 more pages before. Can I read 160 more pages before February 1st? Of course you can. Absolutely you can. I don't know what that means. Now up to 92%. You're quick, Anne-Marie. Let's see. Only read 12 pages. This book is very info heavy. Just started in trying to comprehend everything. Every time I hear you say Shellers, I get thrown off. My name is Michelle, but I go by Chelle. Oh, okay. Yeah, Chelle is, I call her Chelle. I don't call her Shellers. But it's Rochelle. Yeah. That's the Sword of Kaigen, right? That one I'm so fascinated. But, you know, I tend to, how are you pretty early on in the beginning? Because I tend to think of those epic high fantasies being pretty info heavy at the beginning. Put Chelle's book on hold. Oh, good, good. She's loving it.
I am.
Yes,
it
Ruby,
is
you
very...
can do it.
Yeah.
You can do it, Ruby. You can do it. Yeah. Wow. Okay. So, oops, what did I do? I did something. Sorry, I'm not as skilled as Margaret is on the, all right, so, well, any other thoughts and comments while you were during that break? I did some more editing, and it's going well. I was having fun. It's kind of like, well, Naomi's going through her, she knows how it feels, but it's kind of funny when you start going through your own footage and you see like you repeat things over and over again because you didn't get it right the first time. I was kind of laughing a little bit that time around because it's so annoying sometimes. Watching me is so annoying sometimes. 37 pages in, and it's 613 pages. Yeah, okay. I understand. This is the book I'm currently reading, so I know how that feels. And it took me, you know, honestly, I love Robin Hobb's writing. Absolutely love Robin Hobb's writing, and I've been enjoying these series. In fact, Ship of Magic, the first book in the series, was my favorite book so far of all the Robin Hobb's books. But it took me like 100 pages to get into this, to really, because I read the first 150 pages like 3 times because I couldn't get into it the first couple of times, and I kept putting it down. And so, despite the fact that I'm enjoying this, I'm loving it now, it took, some of these books just take so long to get into when they're those high fantasies where they're like really big books and the author has a lot of time to really build things. And Chelle doesn't remember the book at all, so she can't
I
voice
do
in my head.
remember bits and pieces of it.
I figure once we start talking about it on our live discussion or our discussion, then you'll remember more as we go.
Yeah, I mean, I remember the main stuff. It's just, it's been months. And I read a lot. Things start blurring together.
That's Mom's problem right now. She's read like, in the last week, she's read like 10 or more books.
Yeah.
So,
And when you do that, I mean, they're great while you're reading it, but I mean, I can take a quiz right after I read it and I do perfect. But give me like 5 other books in the next couple days and, some of the details might go away.
yeah. Yeah, no, I understand that. I do understand that. And you did read it a very long time ago because I did not read it when I was supposed to. Not even close. I really had a hard time. But look at this.
I know. I'm very proud of you.
580 pages in, baby.
I'm very
Woohoo!
proud of you.
So Naomi, beginning to hate her own voice. I have a lot more to go tonight. Yeah, I already have kind of a nasal. I already have sort of a nasally thing going on anyways, and when I'm sick or not sick, when I'm congested, allergies and stuff, I get even worse. So listening to myself edit when I'm like listening to my voice and I'm like, oh man. And then I tend to speak really fast. And so also listening to myself when I'm talking too fast and I start mumbling a little bit, not mumbling, but like saying things so fast that it doesn't make sense. Like I know what I was saying because I know my voice, but I can hear myself. But I'm like, there's been several times when Mom's listening to my videos and she's like, "What did you just say?" And it's really not clear because I talk too fast. it's a problem. Absolutely. Just finished the Mistborn series and it was the same. Once you get it into it, you just start to fly through it. I need to read Robin Hobb. Yes, you do. You need to read Robin Hobb.
What did you think about it? I had very mixed feelings about Mistborn. At least the first trilogy. I haven't read the second one yet.
The first trilogy.
The first trilogy.
You just said that.
I read it, and I had mixed feelings. I think I rated it 3 or 4 stars.
Are you going to reread it with Mom and Magda? You guys are starting.
I don't know if we're actually doing that, but
then Mom is. Yes. So, Mom's planning on it.
We still need to figure out what reading order.
Yes. Yeah. The one I'm most excited to read, honestly, aside from Skyward, and I really want to read that series. That YA sci-fi series. I really want to read Elantris. I told you this already. Like that one is the most interesting to me at this point for some reason. It just intrigues me. It's a one-off. I'm not going to do it anytime soon because I'm hobbing it, but I really do want to read that one for some reason. Just interests me. We'll see. Still haven't read it due to that. When Amy schedules our discussion, I will.
Amy convinced me to stick it on my TBR, so I had to read it that month. And normally I'm smarter than that, and I wait until she reads it before I read it too. But I failed.
Don't ever put buddy reads with me on your TBRs. Just warning anybody out there who ends up buddy reading with me.
Oh, the fail.
Anyone living in the lower BC of Canada, Vancouver area? I mean, I live near there, but not in Canada. Huge Johnny Depp mumbler. Yes, we all do it. We're all mumblers. You get like excited and you keep talking. You get like, just into it, and then it's really hard. It's easy for me to understand what I'm saying, but it's a very Johnny Depp moment. Absolutely. Finished Ancillary Justice. Now reading City. Oh, I've never heard of City. I've heard of Ancillary Justice. Look that one up. I got a lot of books to look up. A lot of books to add to my TBRs. And finished Iron Widow. Oh, I know some people that are reading that. How did you like it? Elantris is so cool. I do want to read that one. Portland, Oregon. So kind of close. Yeah, I'm close too. I'm right over the border. I'm in Bellingham. Just started Elantris a few days ago. Only 3 chapters in and enjoying it so far. This is my first time reading Brandon Sanderson. That might be a good place for me to start when I eventually get to Sanderson.
Or you can do what I did.
What?
Read the Wheel of Time series. Then you get him at the end.
That was your favorite part of the Wheel of Time series, wasn't it? Was
Yeah.
actually just the Brandon Sanderson part.
Yeah.
Really wanted to recommend the Lady Astor. Magda's recommending the Lady Astor. What is that? Look it up, Chelle. Jump cut a lot because of that exact problem, or if I speak my thoughts out of order, it's so annoying. Yeah, editing is, there's an art to it. There really is an art to it, and I feel like I'm getting better and better as I go along. But some days it's harder to film, and I find that it's really hard. Like, I am just, I know I need to film because I have something I want to get out, but I'm not in the right film mode. And so those are always the ones that, like, it's already harder anyways because I don't really feel like filming. I'm not the right kind of, things aren't coming out of my mouth correctly. But then also, those make it even harder to edit. So it's like, lose in that kitchen potato situation. Oh, we got more Portland here. Should I be concerned for City of Bones? No. Did I do that with any of the Lunar Chronicles last year? No. It'd be fine. City of Bones is like a nice. I mean, it's YA, so it's like small writing. I got this, guys. I got this. We're good. Paige, that's why we brought you on the team, so that you can carry it when Danielle and I are following through.
Those are easy reads.
Absolutely loved all three. That's Mistborn series. They're 5 stars for you. It could have been because it was my first experience with an epic fantasy, but you're pleasantly surprised. So, I mean, I've heard a lot of really positive things about the Mistborn, the first Mistborn trilogy.
Oh, I really liked it. I just had some mixed feelings about some of it.
This is it. We got a lot of people over in our area here. Not Chelle, she's in California.
I was like, not my area.
We got a lot of. I'm in Minnesota currently reading Autobiography by Mr. Spock. I've heard good things about that. How are you enjoying it so far, Meg? Lady Astronaut Universe by Mary Robinette Kowal. So she's recommending that. It is so good. First one in the Calculating Stars.
The first one that's the first book of the series. I looked it up.
Okay. Iron Widow gave me Hunger Game vibes and Pacific Rim vibes, which wasn't what I wanted from it. Oh, that's always a bummer. But then I got very dark and interesting too. Oh, I do gotta try out Iron Widow because that's like there's a lot of buzz about that one going on. Was enjoyable overall, very unique in the end. Oh, I like that. So not into the Hunger Game or Pacific Rim vibe though. Okay. Not getting better at editing. Paige, that's your goal this year. You got to get better at editing. You are great. You're doing great. It's just, I know how you feel though, because I think we can always be as self-critical as possible when it comes to that sort of thing. And like, in my mind, I'm like, I can always do so much better. Yeah, I understand. Elantris, that's going to happen. Sorry, Taylor, you got cut off. My husband said for me that I shouldn't start the first trilogy, but the Alloy of Law series. What are the books in the Alloy of Law series? Do you remember the names of them?
Max and Wayne. Alloy of Law is the first book in that trilogy.
Okay. Oh, okay. Western Space Sherlock Holmes, he describes it. That sounds fun. Actually, that sounds a lot of fun. I think I would like that. Got someone from Ontario. Hello, Jean. Washington, D.C. Oh, the other Washington. Whenever I tell somebody I'm from Washington, they're always like, Washington, D.C.? And I'm always, no, the state. And I'm sure that people from Washington, D.C. get that a lot, too. Mary Robinette's 5 on Twitter. Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah. Are you trying to say something, Paige? That one wasn't. I mean, it was on Lunar Chronicles, but we didn't have a live show for it, so yeah.
You feel our pain, Paige. You feel our pain.
I read the rest of the Lunar Chronicles. I read all of the other ones. Hush now. Wenatchee area, fantastic. Yes, Paige is with us from across on the other side of the. You're far away. You're very far away, but you feel very close, Paige. Close here. Magda's in California. Have you read The Faithful and the Fallen series by John Gwynne? Oh, I want to read that one. It was my first experience with epic dark fantasy. Absolutely loved it. And Christine's in Utah. I do want to read that one. I'm very fascinated by John Gwynne. In fact, John Gwynne's been getting a lot of talk lately. So that's another one that I want to try some dark fantasy. I haven't read any. Shut up, Chelle. Stop it. You be quiet. I will eventually get to books. I will eventually read something. I don't like you. I don't know why I had my friend on here. It's better to have people that are more, kind. Woodside, California. Really like the Lunar Chronicles. Yeah, Debbie, that was fun reading that one, wasn't it? It was a good group. We had such a good group. Oh, it was so. I mean, I'm so excited about our next set of buddy reads, our group reads. 48 pages in and enjoying it. Tempted to read the biography about Leonard Nimoy soon. That William. Oh yeah, I saw that. It won a Goodreads award. That was one of Magda's options. Yeah. That would be interesting. Be curious. William Shatner has he written anything else? Alloy of Lies, okay, it's the first too.
The second trilogy. I haven't read it yet. I read the first trilogy only.
Okay.
And a bunch of other series of his.
I have heard that other people do like the second series better. It's what I've heard. I guess it depends on who.
The person who introduced me to Sanderson said the same, actually. Okay.
Not a knock on Hunger Games, just that Widow was good and then started doing some Hunger Games type stuff, and it made it seem less original. Redeems itself, though, and I think you'd like it. Okay, thank you. Yeah, I need to check it out. I did like, Chelle, stop it. I'm going to read that one. I really liked Hunger Games, and but I can see how it would be a little frustrating when you're reading a book. Like Mom read a book recently that she thought was, too much like another book, and so it can be difficult if you feel like, oh, did they just take the other person's idea and run with it? I read a cozy mystery like that recently, which was not very much, but there was there's a lot of similarities to Still Life by Louise Penny, and I was like, which one came first? Louise Penny's did. Christine hopes to start the Wheel of Time series in February and is very excited. I
keep pushing through. I know a lot of people have been reading it since they were like in middle school or high school, like forever ago when they first got published. So there are some really hardcore fans of Wheel of Time and Robert Jordan. But if you're coming into it now, I'm going to warn you, I made a big fantasy reader read that recently, and he was like, it's hard to get through it. I'm like, yeah, everybody really, really loves it, but they've been reading it for like 30 years. Well, so everybody push through. I am probably one of the minority, and I think they get better when Sanderson starts writing them. Don't kill me, please, internet. Don't kill me.
Everybody go check out Chelle's blog, and I put it in the description box below. And you can comment and tell her anything you want to tell her there. Alloy of Law, Shadows of Self, Banding of Morning. Thank you, Paige. Thank you. Paige, you are amazing. You are incredible. We love Paige so much. I'm reading the Dresden Files now. I have those. Good. They're quick reads. I have them, Debbie, and someday I will read them.
It's still ongoing, isn't it? I own so many of them. I've read quite a few of them, but I'm still.
I don't know. Yet. I have quite a few too, but I don't know how far. I think they were Mom's, so I have them. Meaning we have them. Shatner has written a couple of memoirs, I think, even delved into the Star Trek world, which is no surprise. Yeah, no surprise. That's cool. Wouldn't that be fun? I mean, you're on a show and you loved it and you're invested so much into it that you decide to start rewriting about it. I think that'd be cool. Amber loves Dresden. No, Shell, keep telling me. Magda, you're not helpful either. Recently read the first Wheel of Time book, and it was a lot to take in. I do plan to push through, though, and figure it out as I go.
Push through it. Definitely by the end, things start coming together. Some of the books, especially in the middle, it's considered his slog period, even by hardcore fans, where some of the books are really hard to get through. I rated some of them 3 stars. But push through it, because by the end you'll love it all. You'll forget the hard parts, and just the overall story is amazing. And I actually happen to like Amazon's show also. Please don't kill me.
No, a lot of people love the show. That's why people are starting to read Wheel of
Hardcore fans are pissed about the show.
Oh, really?
But I think it's great.
Okay, yeah, I don't know much about the Wheel of Time fan base. I just know that a lot of people are reading the series now because they love the show.
Yes, that actually is something that a lot of fans appreciate, because it has brought a lot of people to the Wheel of Time. But yeah, just push through.
Yeah, thanks for the heads up, Shell. Good to know going into a big series. I bet if you read it, you'll be at certain parts. Oh yeah, I see where this feels too much like Hunger Games, but it's only a couple spots and it doesn't ruin anything. I will say it. Okay, I'll say it. Okay, I'm excited about it. Actually, I'm gonna read Hunger Games again first, and then I'm gonna go and read that one. That'd be fun. I read the first Wheel of Time with audiobook and book combo. Okay, audiobook book combo is a good way to go about that, Christine.
I've done both. I read it originally when it came out, and then this last time when I actually read the whole series, I did it all on audio.
I wasn't sure if I was going to like Outlander when I started it, but now I do. So hopefully that means good things for Wheel of Time. Yeah, just pushing it through. I really liked Outlander, but it's a doozy. You have to push through. And there's really hard scenes in that for me. There were some really hard scenes, but I haven't continued the series yet. It's just a big series. I like seeing Jane Bennett from Pride and Prejudice as a wizard mage character. Have no experience with Wheel of Time books. Oh, really? Jane Bennett is on the Wheel of Time series?
I don't know who played Jane Bennett, so
I don't know her name, the actress's name, but I'm gonna have to. I really liked her.
I mean, Rosamund Pike is the only well-known person in the Wheel of Time show. Everybody else are like first time or new, like not as popular.
Mm-hmm.
She's the big ticket name. I don't know.
Well, I mean,
Jane Bennett,
the actress that. Oh, that's her. That's Rosamund Pike.
Oh, well then yes, that's the big name actor that Amazon got.
Margaret's current on Outlander books, but not TV series. I'm not current on this. So I've read the first book, and I haven't watched the series up to the point where I finished the first book yet. I've watched like 3 or 4 episodes, though. Series is good. I just was not a big fan of the actress character, although I'm liking her more and more as I watch it. That's her, Rosamund Pike. Go tell the bees that I'm gone. Diana's newest book in the Outlander series is a beast. Looking forward to reading it, though. Big books. Me too. At Meg's ramblings, I'm gonna wait until paperback. I do like that series. I need to keep going on it. Keep going. Okay, let's do another sprint. Woohoo! I'm gonna roll the dice, and I'm not gonna show you, so you're gonna trust me, hopefully. And we've got 4, which is 35 minutes. So we're going to go for another 35 minutes. And that'll give us math in my head right now. So let's say if we go 40, 3 to 12. No.
I was spacing again. What?
10? We got a 10.
10 would be
starting at page No, let's see. 35. Math's not working right now.
Technically like
40,
38, 37 minutes.
50. So 10. 10 would be 35. If we started 35. Starting at page 186. So let me get my banner ready. 10. Okay. We'll start at 35. Perfect Understandable, I have most of the series in paperback and ebook. Starting at page 186. What was that?
Assume the beginning of a sprint.
Oh, maybe. Perfect Understandable, I have most of the series on paperback. Great to have you, Margaret. Thank you for coming. Here's hoping for more than 7 minutes this time. We can do this, Naomi. We can do this. We are editing champions. Good night, Margaret. Good night, Margaret. Oh, page. Yes, 8. That was if I had started it. Thank you for all the math help. Okay, and 10, yes. And oh, you're putting that as your starting reference. Oh, that's smart, Paige. That's smart. That's clever. There's a lot of people that are more clever than I am. All right. Well, I'm excited to get going. I'm going to be doing more editing, and so hopefully you guys have fun. Good luck. This is going to be great. You can do it. I'm going to just start the banner, and we're just going to go. All right. We are back. How did everybody's reading go? Chelle, everybody's been laughing at your giggling.
Huh?
Everybody's been laughing at your giggling. Paige is like, Chelle giggle, many Chelle giggles. And I said TJ Cloon is tickling her. I'm gonna have to pick up that one. It sounds like it's really good, huh? I love TJ Cloon. Well, I've only read one book by TJ Cloon, so what can I say? I'm getting tired. I made it through a first whole run through of my editing, and now I'm doing my second run through, and then I'll be able to render it and do all the other stuff I need to do. So that's good. Taylor read 30 pages. Fantastic. Fantastic. Page now up to 240, so 54 pages. You're quick, Paige. Really quick. What are you reading again, Paige? That was like a way long time ago. Oh, I can't scroll that far. Too. Yay! I hope it turns out okay. It's mostly a haul because spoiler, not a lot of reading happened this week. 15 pages read in Winter Magic by Abby Elohinston Stone. Excuse me, sorry. Awesome. 15 pages. That's you just started that one, Christine? Because I thought you were reading something else earlier, but 48 pages, fantastic. Great readers. You guys are doing fantastic. Chelle's book must be really good at reactions while reading. Yeah, she's having a good time.
I am.
Finish the editing, and I'm also on the final watch through it. Awesome, Naomi. We're on the same page. This is fantastic. Ariadne. Oh yes, Ariadne. Audiobook on 3.5 speed and reading along.
I don't know how you do it, Paige. I don't know how you do it.
Yeah, I was curious about that too. It doesn't bother you, Paige, about like how the voice sounds when you're reading that fast, or when you're listening to an audiobook that fast? I have sped up audiobooks to like 1.8 before, I think, was the highest I could go, and it didn't have problems. But I mean, I know that it's like a skill. You got to get used to it to be able to listen to it that quickly, but whew, it's hard. Got 2 hours of Keeper's Lost Cities left. Fantastic. Great progress. 12 pages. Wonderful, Meg. That's wonderful. That's fine. That's fine. Oh, then I forgot which one it was. Thank you for reminding me. Wow, page 3.5, that's fast. Hope one day to work up to that. I can listen 2.6. Yeah, it's something you got to progress to, isn't it? Elphinstone. Okay, perfect. Thank you. 26 pages this time. Feeling good. This book has taken a little bit of a dark turn, but the language is so beautiful. It's making me feel all kinds of ways. Yeah, I looked it up during one of the sprints, Ruby, and it sounds interesting. Maybe I don't remember you talking about that one though. So it sounds good. 11 pages read, tabbing, underlining, and taking notes. I'm very impressed with people who annotate. Is it something you do for all of your books? I'm really curious. Like, do you annotate every book, or do you just annotate certain books that you really want to read, or books that you're having a hard time keeping track of things? Because some people really love to annotate, and I don't know if I have the patience for it, to be honest. Chelle, have you ever annotated anything? No. I've done it a few times for like book for book clubs, but more just like little tabs and made notes, just things I want to remember to talk about during the book club, but nothing substantial. Sounds less annoying than talking so like
I can see that, but I've only had one book that was so slow that I had to speed it up to actually get through it. For the most part, like I want to speed it up because it's slow, but as soon as I do, even a little bit, like I can't stand their voice, and then I can't If I'm going to be listening to it for like 20 hours, I need to be able to tolerate the sound of their voice.
When I listen to The Witching Hour by Anne Rice, I could not stand the narrator's voice, but that's a 52-hour audiobook or something. I think it's either 60 hours or 52-hour audiobook. And by the end of it, you just, not that I got used to her voice or liked it anymore towards the end, but I just, I've just spent so much time with her that I got used to it after a while. But yes, the person who's reading it, who's narrating it, can make a big difference. But I talk fast, so I'm used to it. Yes. I've sped up a few books. There were definitely a few books I've sped up, and then some that I've actually slowed down because the way the narrator was speaking, if I sped it up too fast, it sounded like they were mumbling. So I think it would matter if they're very clear talkers. Like I wouldn't be good at that because I mumble when I speak fast. It's a middle grade collection of short stories that takes place in winter. Reading it for the January viewer prompt for your game. Oh, the seasonal read! Yes. That was fun. That's been really fun. I've been enjoying seeing everybody's choices for the viewer prompts and what everybody decides to go with. And it's fun to see what your guys' Game of Bookish Life journey is. I'm having fun with that a lot. Can't remember what I said. That's fine too. I think because I asked you what book you're reading again, even though you'd already told me in the past. I also had to take a 5 minutes to say goodnight to me. Oh, good night, husband. That's nice. Well, it's nice. I can only listen at 1.25. Magda's the likes. Yeah, I think it depends on what, like it just changed the voice of the narrator. So I mean, I think it could be difficult depending on what you can handle with that. My audiobook speed is typically 1.75 to 2, depending on the narrator and content. I've listened to a book at 3, but it's rare. I know some other people that listen at 3, and I think it's a skill because I don't know if my brain could like decipher what they're saying that quickly. Total 3 chapters done in all sprints of autobiography, only 2 chapters left. Awesome, Jean, that's fantastic. I only annotate for book club books. Okay, that makes sense. I could see that. I've annotated usually on a review copy. If it's a regular copy, usually I'll write on post-its and use sticky flags. Okay, so more so just books that you've received that you're reviewing and not necessarily the books that you're keeping on your shelf. Honestly, just started. That's why I'm doing it. Reading this for a book club. Want to be able to remember things when we have the live discussion. Yeah, and that's usually why I do it. I've been curious because there are some people who love to annotate so much that they annotate almost all their books. I also don't say every word verbally in my head, so having it play fast and read along. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense, Paige. I'm in the middle of 5 or 6 books, focusing on Winter Magic. Want to get it done by the 31st. Everything else can be resumed in February. No pressure, Christine. If you don't get it done, I don't know. Like I hardly ever get my TBR done for the Game of Bookish Life. So don't worry. You're not going to get a punishment. I'm not going to send you guys back. I'm not going to send viewers backwards on the board. My app only goes up 2 times. Oh, so some apps limit how high they go. That's interesting. What book was it, Chelle, that you sped up?
The nonfiction book, I think. The one about the tsunami in Japan.
Oh, yeah. You liked that one a lot, right?
I did. But I did have to increase the narration. It was just too slow.
Yeah. I slowed down. Hold on one second.
I keep thinking that's my cats, but it's not.
No. What was the one by Solomon Northup? 12 Years a Slave. That one I actually had to slow down because the narrator was a fantastic narrator and he narrated it so well. He's actually an actor that I thought did a really great job. But when it sped up, the tone of his voice was so as I'm getting older, certain sounds are harder for me to hear. Once you get older, your hearing gets worse. And so I've been finding that certain tones are harder for me. And so with his voice, it was at that pitch where I could hear him, but if it was going too fast, then I was constantly rewinding it and having to, like, what did he say? What did he say? So that one is one that I had to slow down. But mostly, yeah, I haven't sped too many up. Magda says, speaking of the game, I added this month's spins, answers February in my pinned comments. New comment is not posting again. I wonder if it's a length thing. I don't understand what's going on, Magda. Send it to me again in Facebook Messenger, and I will pin it. And I will add that and pin it, because I don't know what's going on. I know that other people have said that there's not necessarily on my page, but I've heard other people talking about other channels where comments are going, YouTube is deleting comments or comments are going missing, and I don't know why that is. So definitely send it to me, and I will get that up. Unfortunately, Scribd only goes up to two times, so limited with that. Hey, Natalie, how you doing? Glad to see you. Only annotate.
Book. Oh, I loved that book so much.
Nonfiction, but hoping to annotate Song of Achilles when I reread it. Actually, I can totally understand annotating nonfiction. That makes sense to me. Song of Achilles.
I love that book so much. I cried so hard.
I'm looking forward to reading that one as well. And the library app has not too many increments. It jumps from 2 to 2.5. 2 is slow, but 2.5 is too fast. Yeah, so if you're trying to work your way up in speed too, that it helps to have some, those little bitty increments. If you go through the Scribd website on your phone, you can jump to 3 times. Oh, okay, so not using the app, but actually going through the website. I'm gonna quickly make some tea, Paige. Never late. We're just having fun. Been doing a lot of chatting, a little bit of sprinting. I'll send it and call me tomorrow. Okay, I'll call you tomorrow. Forever. And if you like crying in a book, try Forever Interrupted.
I like specific kind of crying in a book.
Yeah, she's not into sad books usually. I bawled at the end.
I did too. Oh, I did. Nathaniel came in and he's like, "What is your problem?" And I'm like, "It's so good."
I don't know.
And he mocked me.
Well, yeah, of course. He's a teenager. He's going to mock you. Yeah, I'd be curious. I'll have to check that one out. Look at Forever Interrupted, because Chelle's not into every kind of crying. But she's definitely into well, I think, would you have liked it as much if it wasn't a mythology retelling?
Yes. Well, I think so.
That's by Madeline Miller, right?
Huh?
Song of Achilles is by Madeline Miller?
I think so. I'm really bad at, unless the author is really famous or I've read a ton of stuff by them, I'm really bad at remembering names.
Yeah, it's Madeline Miller. So I was wondering. Okay, I was wondering if Madeline Miller just writes Greek mythology retellings, or if she writes other things as well.
She's I think she has a degree in mythology, or
Mm-hmm.
I think she's a teacher, and she teaches it. She has some kind of educational background where she's interested in that stuff.
Okay. I can jump to at least 3 times on Audible. So Audible gets you fast. Okay, so yeah, that definitely try it on the website go through the website as opposed to the app.
I'm dying. I'm absolutely dying. It is so funny.
And Max is laughing too. I normally hate contemporary, but I rated it 4 stars. So that's something, Chelle.
I'll take a look.
Forever Interrupted. I have that
Like,
one on my
I'm not
shelf.
a
I hope
Nicholas
I like
Sparks fan. Like, not a Nicholas Sparks fan at all. At all.
Too sad. Too sad. Didn't like the sad stuff. Are you talking about the Forever Interrupted, or are you talking about the Lightning Struck Heart, Naomi? Probably Forever Interrupted, right? I really enjoyed Circe by her. You read Circe, didn't you, Chelle?
I did. I liked it. I mean, I love Greek mythology. I like all mythology. So I liked it. I didn't like it as much as Song of Achilles, but I still really enjoyed it.
Have you read any other Greek mythology retellings? Because they're pretty popular right now. There's quite a few that are out there at the moment.
There's been a lot out there forever. I just read Lore.
Oh, yeah, yeah. How'd you like that?
It's not really a retelling, but it has, you know.
I want to read that one. Lore.
It was good. It was really good. I liked it. And I've read a lot of like African mythology books relatively recently, and
Yeah, you did. I think she is doing a Hades and Persephone next, but was also working on a retelling of Shakespeare's The Tempest. Oh, interesting. Huh. That sounds cool. I have not read any Taylor Jenkins Reid. Oh, so Forever Interrupted must be Taylor Jenkins Reid. I have read Malibu Rising. I haven't tried Taylor's most. My internet seems to be. I haven't tried Taylor's most popular books yet. I do plan on it. Malibu Rising, I read, and it was okay. It was like middle of the road for me, but I read it at a time when I wasn't. I need to give it another try. So that one I'm probably going to do a reread at some point, because I think I read it at a point where I was not focusing very well and was trying to get through it as opposed to really enjoy it. So, but Taylor Jenkins Reid is so popular. Audible goes 0.1 increments to 3.5 times. Libby, 0.5 up to 3 times. Hoopla, up to 4 times. Have you done 4 times, Paige? Excuse me. Scribd app, up to 2 times. Scribd website, same, but jumps from 2 to 3. Okay, so on Scribd website, it goes from 2 to 3, and there's no in between. What is the Beth mythology retelling? That's a good question. Any thoughts? Everybody's got any thoughts?
like retelling. I'd say Song of Achilles is the best retelling that I've ever read for mythology. But if you want something more that's just actually mythology, the one Stephen Fry did is really good.
Mythos.
It's got all the stories and everything, which is kind of cool. But retelling, like a completely different take on what happened, Song of Achilles is amazing.
Yeah, I think that's the one I hear about all the time as being a favorite. Magda loves Nicholas Sparks. Yes, I know you do. You've read a lot of Nicholas Sparks recently, I think, too. Borrow box, mostly 0.25 up to 3 times. Okay, thank you. Forever Interrupted, something about keeps me interested even though I haven't picked it up. Something about it keeps you interested even though you haven't picked it up. I have books like that. I definitely have a lot of books like that on my shelf where, hold on one second. Where there's something of, even if I don't really know what the synopsis is, I'm still really excited to read it for whatever reason. Have you read Piranesi? I haven't yet. I do have plans to read it for kind of like a secret TBR video that I want to do at some point. So I do plan to read that one. I've heard mixed things. I heard a lot of people. I've heard some people that have talked about it don't like the ending of it, and then other people really liked it. It was an award winner, so I don't know. Haven't read it yet though. But I think some of the problems people had with Piranesi was that it felt like it didn't have much of a plot. Is what I've heard.
It's
on your what?
It's on my TBR. I'll be reading it soon.
So 7 Husbands of Evelyn Hugo is one that Chelle, I think, even though this is one that makes people cry, I think you might enjoy this one. So I think Seven Husbands of Evelyn Hugo, even though I haven't read it yet, I still think it might be one of those ones, not like Song of Achilles, but like Song of Achilles in the sense that even though it's a crier, you will enjoy it. She likes my recommendations.
Some of them. Some of them.
Meg loved Malibu Rising, huh? What?
Some of them.
Which ones have I given you as recommendations that you did like? You liked the Inheritance games when I made you.
I did.
You liked that.
I liked the there's been a few.
I made you read Robin Hobb.
Yeah.
You liked Ship of Magic.
I did.
And Mad Ship.
I did.
Well, Meg loves Malibu Rising, and I do want to give that one a second chance. Natalie, who is doing a Hades Persephone? That would be Madeline Miller. So like this trope, yeah, and that would be Madeline Miller. Seven Husbands of Evelyn Hugo is fantastic. See, Chelle, you got to read it. Yeah. Nope. No to the 4 times, but gonna try 3.85. So 4 times is too much. I've tried 2 books by Taylor Jenkins, read Malibu Rising and Daisy Jones and the Six was not for you. Daisy Jones and the Six is the other one that most people love, is what I've heard. But there are a few that are not crazy about that one. I think, I can't really say much about Taylor Jenkins Reid's writing because I've only read Malibu Rising, so I don't have enough of an opinion at this point. You haven't read anything by Taylor Jenkins Reid at all, Chelle, have you? No, so you're gonna read Seven Husbands of Evelyn Hugo.
Somehow I have a feeling that's gonna end up on a list somewhere.
The Penelopiad by Margaret Atwood gets no love, but it's great. Okay, that's another one that you should try, Chelle. Penelopiad by Margaret Atwood. Do you like Margaret Atwood? Have you read The Handmaid's Tale?
You know I don't like that kind of book.
Yeah. Well, you don't like classics.
I don't like I have a hard time with
the men keeping their thumb down on women.
Yeah,
stuff.
I have a hard time with those. So it
True.
doesn't not always happen. Sometimes it happens, but very rare.
Yeah.
That one I won't ever read.
Yeah, actually, I'm curious about that, Ruby, because I know that you've talked a couple of times about not liking to read books that have a lot of that kind of treating of women. And so I'm curious what you thought about Penelopiad by Margaret Atwood, because Chelle also has a really hard time with those kind of books. Stephen Fry's Great Mythology collection is great versions. She posted on her Insta about it back in December. Madeline Miller. The Penelopiad is beautiful. Song of Achilles is king. I recently read Neon Gods by Katie Robert. Oh, I know that Paige is obsessed with Neon Gods, and I enjoyed it. There's a lot of steaminess and some BDSM, just as a heads up.
I like steaminess.
Huh?
I said I like steaminess.
I think you should read Neon Gods. Totally. There is a zero plot in Piranesi. I want to get back into reading Irish Celtic mythology and retellings. Have you read any, Meg, that are really good? I'm curious. I haven't heard about too many that people don't talk about Irish and Celtic mythology quite as much. At least not anything new. Like 100%. 0%. Zero plot in Piranesi. Okay, I want to finish autobiography tonight, so I can't start my workbook club's Good Son. Oh, I read Good Son by Yu Jung. I don't know how to pronounce that. A Korean thriller tomorrow. I read that for Koreadathon when I first started watching BookTube. I think I gave it 3 stars. It was tough. It's definitely, it's like thriller / horror. It's pretty graphic in some places. It was very interesting. It was a very, very interesting book, but it was unsettling. So if you're okay with unsettling, just warn you, it is unsettling. Neon Gods is also a Hades Persephone retelling, right? Thanks for the sprints, Amy. It's 1:30. Oh, going to bed. Have a great night. Have a great night, Anne-Marie. Thank you for joining me. It was really good to have you. Good to see you. It's always good to see you. Night, Anne-Marie. Seven Husbands is the only Taylor Jenkins read I'm interested in. I'm not big into books about famous people. Yeah, I worry about that too. Not necessarily that I'm not into books about famous people, but I'm not into books about bands. And so I'm not really interested. Like, you know, that movie Almost Famous wasn't really my thing, even though I know it was a good movie, but I'm just not really into following bands in books and movies and stuff. There you go, Chelle.
I just added it to my TBR. I'll read it.
The Handmaid's Tale was hard to read because of that. The show even harder to watch. The thing I loved, though, is the revenge of the women got in the show, which didn't happen in the book. That's good. That's good. The Penelopiad is the story of Odysseus' wife, Penelope, while he is spending 10 years sailing home from the Trojan War. So she is dealing with suitors and her son, but it has a feminist angle for sure. Okay, awesome. Awesome. That's good. Thank you so much, Ruby. Heart of the Fae by Emma Ham is a fantasy romance based on Irish Celtic mythology. I'm going to write that down because I want to read more. Especially since eventually Chelle and I are going to be moving to Scotland, so it's good to well, that's Irish Celtic, so that doesn't work. We're going to move to Ireland. We haven't decided yet where, but one of those places.
Still going with Scotland.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, no. Scotland is colder. Let's go to Ireland and we'll just visit Scotland a lot.
I think Ireland's pretty cold too, Chelle.
I think Scotland's colder.
I like cold. And Ruby hated The Handmaid's Tale.
I just know that I won't like it. I don't have to read it.
Jean's surprised that I read The Good Son. Yeah, no, I read a lot of different types of things. I don't have problem with horror in books. I can actually watch horror movies. It's just I don't like the jump scare when it comes to horror. And so that is not my favorite thing. And so with horror movies, I'm a little more hesitant to watch them. But horror books, I want to find a horror book that's going to scare me so much that I can't stand it. Although there are certain topics that are triggering for me, but that's more just like things that are harder for me to read. Not horror-ish. So I'm curious to read some really scary books. I haven't read any yet that have scared me that much, like the point where I can't stand it. Neon God sounds good, but I don't like sexually. Yeah, don't read that, Christine.
I'm the opposite.
Yeah. Yeah, no. Christine, you can read The Good Son. Don't read Neon Gods. I'm so excited to try Emma Ham. Got Heart of the Fae for Christmas. Yeah, awesome. Heart of the Fae. So that's the first one? Yeah, that's the first one. Okay, cool.
Man, you guys, I don't like adding to my TBR. I have 100 books. That's too much.
I have 1,500 books. That's just enough. Oh dear, and let's just agree to make Neons wouldn't be good fit. Yeah, no, Christine, don't read it. Sorry, that's not the one for you. But there are others.
I have no problem with explicit.
Yeah, no, I know you don't. Curse of the Spectre Queen by Jenny Elder Moak is supposed to be Indiana Jones meet. Oh, that sounds really fun. I don't have any more room on my paper. That sounds really fun, actually. Like that sounds awesome. Nora Roberts is finishing her third Celtic fantasy magical realism book. The first story, The Awakening, is coming.
Dying for that book. But I love Nora Roberts, so.
Yes. I haven't read Nora Roberts in a long time. It's a long time.
She's the only person I have like 3 whole shelves for.
Oh, really? Yeah, you've always loved Nora Roberts.
I love Nora Roberts.
It's been a while.
Even if I will admit that most of her books are formulaic. I love the formula.
You know, I've heard that from other people too who can't stand formulaic books, but Nora Roberts they like. You know, like it's all the same. Yeah. But then Nora, yeah.
Yeah, there's several trilogies that are pretty much the same. It's got the same exact, like it's a different Mythology, but it's the same. It's formulaic, but it's
Yeah.
so good it doesn't even matter.
I'm adding the good son to your want. Good. I don't know how to. It's unnerving. I mean, and it's not even that. It's just kind of maybe I think it was translated, so maybe some of the things were a little. Some of the shifts were a little abrupt. I don't remember exactly why I didn't enjoy it even more, but it was fascinating. It was a very, very fascinating book. And it's good to get some translated Korean novels on your TBR anyways. Some variety on there. I had to read The Handmaid's Tale for one of my high school classes. I think I liked it, at least compared to other books I had to read for school. You know, a lot of people like The Handmaid's Tale, and I was okay with it. Like, it was kind of the middle of the road for me. Juliette Marier writes a lot of books set in Ireland. Highly recommend her. All right.
We'll live there someday.
Huh? Yeah. Stolen Tongues is supposed to be really scary. A scary book. I want to be scared.
Did you ever read Headhunter or whatever?
It's so dense. Like, it's so dense that I tried reading it for a readathon, and it's. Hold on. So this is supposed to be a very, very, very scary book, Headhunter by Michael Slade, and I picked it up for a readathon. I think that I did like a random number generator or something, and I ended up picking this up, and it was so dense that for the readathon, it was terrible to read something like this. And no, because it's one of those books that I put on like the bottom of my list on my TBR every time, you know, and I prioritize other books over this. So I haven't read it yet. And it's gonna happen. It's gonna happen.
I was just curious.
No, I haven't yet, and I have heard that a lot of people said, but this is a book that's hard to get a hold of. Like, it's not easy. It's not easily found, and this is the original version. There is an updated version, and I don't know. I don't know. We'll see. I'll eventually find out. It was recommended by a friend who likes scary things, but he likes really scary things, and he recommended it to me because he's kind of a jerk. He wanted to make me really scared. So
that sums it up.
If I could, I would move to Ireland. Loved it. I've never been there yet. I really want to go. I love Scotland. Actually, I really love Scotland.
You brought me it in.
I think Juliette Marier is a New Zealander author, but her Seven Waters series is Irish-based. Okay. Love Nora Roberts' Irish themes books. Yeah. I think I read some of her older ones. I'm sitting at a solid 550 books on my TBR.
That would stress me out. It's bad enough at 100. I get stressed.
Yeah, and so then I have to hear about it from her and Magda.
Well, I get stressed about Amy's. Okay, 100 doesn't stress me out because I know I can do that.
I have a lot of options, and in fact, when Chelle's trying to put her TBR together, she has so many choices that she has all my choices. Lucky girl. We're thinking the same thing. Loving Nora Roberts' Irish themed books, or Juliette. Yeah. Yes, that's right. Chelle Magda agrees with you. Why am I not surprised? You guys always gang up on me. Thanks. I'm rambling.
I think you're talking about Nora Roberts, but
I know, but I know that she's also agreeing with you the other stuff. I'm at 396 is physical. Oh, that's a good amount physical book wise. I don't know how many I have physical book wise.
I have a lot.
Actually, I think I probably do know. If I look at my Goodreads, it's on there. But I also put the ones I've already read, so I don't know how many of the ones on my physical that I've owned are ones that I still haven't read yet. I have to eventually go through that. How many do you have, Chelle?
I have hundreds.
That you've read or not read?
I've read most of the things I own.
Oh, no, I know. I didn't assume you meant that. I guess you're right, because it's not a very well-known book. Although I did see it at Barnes and Nobles recently, and I was kind of surprised because it isn't a very hugely known book here. I read it for Koreadathon. I was looking at books for by Korean authors, and it sounded interesting to me, so I picked it up. And I miss Koreadathon. It was one year by Monica Kim, and I can't remember the name of the other person who was hosting it, but it was so much fun. And then I was hoping they would do it last year, and they didn't. That was a great readathon. That was my first readathon. That's my very first readathon before starting BookTube. It was fantastic. Did you read her other series from Nora Robert? J. Robb? That's Magda's one of her favorite series. I've read.
I haven't completed it. I did start it way back in the day, and I did enjoy it. And I probably will reread it and actually finish the series at some point if she ever finishes, because I'm pretty sure she's not done with that one either. But yeah, I did like it. It wasn't as, at the time I was more into romance novels, so I never finished it.
I've read a handful of the J.D. Robb in-depth books. I don't think I read them in order. I think they can kind of stand alone. And at the time, I think I just picked them up randomly, and I did like them. Now I'd like to at some point go back and read the whole series from the beginning, but I've only read a few of them. That's me for Janet Vonovich and the Stephanie Plum novels. So I get the Nora Roberts love. Yep. There's just those authors. Chelle and I are Laurel K. Hamilton fans, but hers aren't formulaic. Not really, but they are.
No, but they're awesome.
But they are like that sort of type of.
You haven't read far enough, Amy.
No. I don't mean that. I mean like where there's so many in the series, and not everybody takes that kind of writing seriously, is what I mean. Not necessarily.
I think there's
she's not formulaic, huh?
I think there's close to
22 or something like that.
Yeah. I've read them all multiple times.
Christine forced herself to read.
I've read all those.
I really want to read them.
I thought they were really, really good. I love steamy, and I have no problem with sexually explicit. Though that was a little hard even for me. I mean, I loved them. I think I gave them all 5 stars. But I will say that it was a little. I like my sexually explicit scenes a little less crude. I don't know. A lot of swearing during sex doesn't do it for me. I guess that's kind of what I mean. There's a lot of like swearing and yeah.
Yeah, I say, Christine, you don't have to read anything to be taken seriously as a reader. I think.
No, not at all.
I think that you just need to read what you like and keep sharing it, and people will enjoy your content, and especially books that you enjoy or books that you have really strong feelings about, but nothing that's going to make you feel uncomfortable. Woohoo! The Handmaid's Tale is why I don't like dystopian. I hated it. So,
but Hunger Games was so good.
Why a dystopian? If you enjoy Beauty and the Beast retellings, try Heart's Blood by Juliette Marie, which is set in ancient Ireland.
I already stuck that on my TBR.
Tried to read The Handmaid's Tale with my niece 2 years ago. I couldn't get through it. Yeah, it's a hard one. It's a hard one. Just finished the Testaments. Hello, Charlotte. An unpopular opinion, I liked it better than. Okay, I have heard that about the Testaments. I have heard that it is better than The Handmaid's Tale. And I am curious because I didn't mind The Handmaid's Tale. I am curious to read the Testaments because I I didn't mind it. So I'm curious if I would enjoy that. I have heard that. Need to find more good paranormal books, ones with possessions and haunting. Gives you the creepy of it. I don't have any recommendations for that now, but if anybody else does, possessions and hauntings. Don't read Laurel K. Hamilton. That's very sexually explicit. I reread the entire in-depth series last year and anxiously awaiting the new release next month. Yeah, I remember you were reading all those, Magda. Seeing Ireland is my top 1 country to visit someday. I want to see Ireland too. I haven't been to Ireland. Kelsey Murphy and the Academy for the Unbreakable Arts. The Academy for the Unbreakable Arts 1, released March 1st, 2022 by Erica Lewis, and it's Irish inspired. There you go, Chelle. Another one.
Right, that's not out yet. I'm not even going to think about it.
I put it down on the list. My middle name is Carrie, named after the area in Ireland. Oh, because my parents vacation there while pregnant with me. I've only been once, but I want to go again. Yeah, that's awesome. What a great, I love hearing people's name stories, like why they have their names. Been doing that a lot in school lately, oddly enough. Like every class we have, let's talk about our names and where you got your name from. It's fun to hear people's stories. Chelle has 2 middle names, the family thing. Mm-hmm. I'll never read The Handmaid's Tale. I like the reasoning she wrote it. At the time, all dystopian were only through the perspective written by men. Yeah, she wanted to tell a story, but from a female POV. I like that too. I do like that too. I have 700 unphysical books on my TBR. Yeah, Christine's more like me. Yes, go Meg! Over 1,000 physically. Couldn't say how many are unread. Okay, I only know because I've scanned in most on my Libby app. That's our Libbib app.
Physical TBR, like a library type. Make your own library. I have so many of those, and I've just never done it. That's too much time. Digital
is 400. That's not bad, actually. That's not bad. I think The Good Son been very much hyped because of Squid Game. Oh, I never watched Squid Game. Did you watch it, Chelle?
No.
Yeah, I didn't watch that. I haven't been able to watch much TV lately. I've been mostly watching stuff that I already know I love. Stuck on my ones I love. In Death is, I think, up to 54. Yeah. You'd have to start from the beginning. I probably would too. 54, that's never going to happen. Amy's TBR stresses me out too. Yeah, Magda, whatever. Why don't you start reading my books and checking them off my TBR then? Exactly like James Patterson. He has written so many books. Yeah, some authors are very prolific. And
I like his young adult series. I don't think I ever finished it.
What was that?
Maximum Ride?
I've never heard of it. Maximum Ride?
I don't think I've ever actually read any of his adult books, but I did read most of that series, but it was incomplete when I started it, so I never finished it. But I liked it.
J.D. Robb publishes 2 in-depth books per year. Nora also publishes 2 per year. I don't know what I'll do when she stops. She's not going to. She's going to live forever.
I've read all of her books.
She's a vampire.
Many times. Not all. Some of her earlier books I didn't like as much. But most of her series, though, I've read well over 10 times each.
I'm trying to remember the one that I really liked that we were really into. Was it the Morgana sisters? Back. Yeah, I think I remember really liking those. Whenever I find out there's a book having to do with Ireland or the Celtic world of that area, I always add it to my never-ending list. Okay, Kelsey Murphy is middle grade. I better write that down because I'm reading a lot of middle grade right now. And I like to get diversity. I need to get more outside of the U.S. and outside of, How cool. Yes, very cool, Natalie. Oh, yes, Natalie's middle name. Yeah, that's very cool. Magda's a good reader. She's an avid reader. My mom's maiden name was Quigley, and my dad was also half Irish. So I'm pretty Irish. I've moved to Ireland in a heartbeat. All right, we're all moving to Ireland, guys. Recently found out that my great-grandparents were born in the U.S., but their parents are from Russia. Starting to get into Russian retellings more because of this. Enjoyed Baba Yaga and her assistant. All right. Yeah, I need to read more Polish folklore because I know Uprooted, which I didn't get a chance to read, by Naomi Novik, is a Polish folklore retelling. It's fun. I think it is fun to read books based off your own heritage. Squid Game is very graphically violent, but Korean. Yeah, okay. I've heard about it. And I know it was a really big thing for a while. I've never seen any of the episodes. Oh, hello, Amanda. We're still here. I'm reading the in-depth books this whole. Yes, I know. That's what I was going to say. I knew you weren't here, Amanda, but I was thinking Amanda's reading it. One every week. I started November of last year, and I start a new one every Sunday. I should finish them all at the end of the year. 500 plus books a year. She is definitely a superstar. My TBR on Goodreads is 750 books, and I'm starting to delete them because I know I'll never read them.
Amy.
That's not true. I do delete them, Chelle. I just keep adding new ones. I have deleted a lot of my TBR. Then other ones find their way on there. That is such dedication. Yes, please. I'll go into Ireland. So. Yes, I love you. Cry watching. All right, guys, we're all going to Ireland. This is going to be a great group. We're going to have so much fun. It's going to be so romantic because we're all going to be there with our Irish mythology retellings, and we're going to just be on the moors, and it's going to be amazing. I can't wait.
I'm ditching you for the first hot guy in a kilt.
Oh, me too. Yeah, totally. Yeah. This group is going to be great until it's no longer. That's in Scotland, Chelle. Okay, let's do one more retelling, and then I think that's going to have to be it.
One more retelling?
Yep.
Another sprint.
Maybe a sprint is a good idea. Let's do one more sprint. And then we're going to have to wrap things up. Does that sound good? Okay. Okay, let me roll a die. And it's going to be where did my list go? 25-minute sprint. So that is, if we start at 11, Chelle. Then we'll go to 11:25, or not 11. We'll go to 25 is what it is, because I mean, everybody's time is different than mine. All right. Did it. Let's see. Meg cried watching. And P.S. I love you as well. Spinning Silver is the first Russian book I read. 5 out of 5. Will be on my best books of the year, no doubt. I have heard great things about Spinning Silver. I do want to read. I haven't read anything by Naomi Novik yet.
Leigh Bardugo's is kind of based on Russian folklore, isn't it?
A little bit. There is some of that because there's a section up that northern area. I say it like you guys know, like in my mind, the way the map is. That northern area is. I don't know how much she pulled from Russian folklore, though.
That's the tiny problem with like Greek mythology. I can tell what's made up and what's from actual myths because I know Greek mythology really well. Mm-hmm. But any other like folklore books, I'm like, I'm gonna assume that some of this is because I've heard it, but I have no idea how much.
Yeah. Oh, wait. I've also read a lot of Irish and Scottish ancestors. I have a lot of Irish and Scottish ancestors. Love description of these places in books. It's so beautiful, isn't it? It does sound beautiful. And Scotland is beautiful. And so is England. I love Scotland and England. Just haven't been to Ireland yet. So it's time. Well, we're all going together, so I can't wait. Yes, I love you. So sad, but so good. Hide and Seeker was great, but scary. I haven't read Hide and Seeker. That is one I want to check out. I want to read some, especially for my class. I'd like to read at least one children's horror book. So I'm gonna have to check. I started Hide and Seeker. Small Spaces by is that Catherine Arden? Banter. I agree. Oh, P.S. I love you. It's so sad. Yes, it was so sad. I have quite a bit of Irish ancestry too. We got a good group here. Well, we always have good group. This is awesome. We're all excited to go to Ireland and live there and read some Irish mythology. We got a lot going on. Okay, I'm gonna get our little banner going, and we'll see you in a little bit. All right. All right, we're back. And we're back. Let's see. Christine said Spirit Hunters by Ellen O had a possession and haunting rather intense for a middle grade. By the way, how did everybody do? We are hoping to get stationed in England next year so everyone can come visit and we can go to. Yes, thank you, Amanda. I love it. Souvenir from Ireland. We can all come home with an Irish or Scottish lad. Yes.
I'm down.
I hope you guys are able to get stationed in England. Yes, I hope so too. Stationed, yes. Let's see. Not sure my boyfriend would appreciate me bringing home an but I'll happily take the kilt and visit the local independent bookstores for all the books. There you go. And happily bring an Irish lad in the form of an Irish wolfhound. Oh, that's cute. Yes, that would be. Oh, yeah, that'd be cool. Well, I thought I could stay. That Amanda had to leave us. Magda found Lightning Strikes the Heart on Audible as an exclusive, so she's got it. Or Lightning Struck Heart.
You have to not mind some crude humor. A lot of crude humor.
Thomas Lennon has out a fairly new series set in Ireland that's middle grade. The first book is called Ronan Boyle and the Bridge of Luckily, there's nothing left in there. Ronan Boyle. A lot of middle grades to read. Read 11 pages, and I'm now at page 81. Great. That's awesome. And thanks for spreading and chatting, everyone, but I'm headed to bed. Good night, Ruby. Thank you so much for joining us. I hope you enjoyed your book. Page 297. You're done at export. Nice. I am not quite done with my second walkthrough. I've only got about a minute left to watch, and then it's looking pretty good. So I'll probably just be exporting after this. Hopefully I'll get it. I don't know if I want to stay up that late because my takes a very long time to upload to YouTube. It takes over an hour, depending on the length of the video. So I don't know if I may have to do that tomorrow morning. We'll see. So excited to wake up to more videos. Sad you have to go to work though. I know. I'm sorry, Paige. That's a bummer. Yeah, that is a bummer. Got through to first 21 pages of When the Time Comes by M. Maybe and Allie Martinez. Oh, When the Time Comes, your Buzzwordathon book. Is it good? Do you like it? You like it so far? 21 pages in? It's hard to say sometimes, the first little bit. I'm reading the autobiography of Mr. Spock. Yes, that's right. Thank you for reminding me. And it's going pretty well. Not at all. I love it. What does she love?
Crude humor.
Oh, okay, good. Then
you'll love it. I'm dying. Absolutely dying.
26 pages. I got to the climax and it was good and a little emotional in the awe type. Oh, it sounds like such a fun series. You know, it's good to have those cozy, fun, sweet, romantic, especially like you said, you're reading it for Valentine's Day. It's fun to have those kind of books and read those kind of books. Chelle lent me, you should never lend me books. Chelle lent me these two books.
Especially because she's got the autographed copy. The other one.
Night Pleasures. Where did Sherilyn Kenyon write? Oh, there. Yeah. Sherilyn Kenyon's signature. I'm going to lick it. I'm just being weird. I'm getting too tired. But I was thinking, like, I honestly was thinking Chelle, because I have these sitting right next to me, and I was like, oh, this would be nice to pick up during Valentine's month.
I don't know if I would choose Sherilyn Kenyon as a sweet romance to read.
Well, I know she's not, I've read Sherilyn Kenyon before. Okay, so maybe not sweet romance. Well, then I'll just pick up this some point this month. I'm planning on hopefully picking this up anyways. But like I said, we're on the second of the fruits basket, so we'll see. Read 12 pages, getting very tired. It's 2:30 a.m. You are a trooper. It was nice to meet you. Thank you for the sprint. So nice to meet you, Bookaholic Banter. It was really, really great. Had fun chatting. Thank you so much for joining us. Only a couple of pages away from finishing the second to last chapter. Awesome. Awesome. You are almost there. Almost there. Yes, the book is going well. I'm excited to read more about his adventures after Starfleet Academy. Oh, cool. You know, I really have not. Have you watched a lot of Star Trek, Jill?
I've watched the entire original series, the entirety of Next Gen, the entirety of Voyager, the entire
I don't did I know you when you were
Space Nine.
watching? I
Completed
don't know
that.
if did I know you when you were watching Star Trek?
Yeah.
When were you watching it?
As recently as I think I only finished Deep Space Nine because we didn't have cable at the time that came out. Well, yeah, I had to rewatch everything. The last couple years is when I actually went back and rewatched a lot of the other shows. I've watched Next Gen for years.
Well, I think you've hid it from me because that's not one you've ever watched around me.
Seen all of the movies.
I liked the movie with Chris Pine. That was really good.
Those are the new ones. I've seen all of those multiple times too.
Well, see, I don't. Yeah, well, 2:30 here. I'm going to bed. Good night, Jean. Good night. Have a wonderful evening. And you're close to being done with your book. Hopefully tomorrow morning or tomorrow at some point you can get that done. Started sad with a death, but is now becoming. Oh, started sad with a death. I'm getting tired, but it's now becoming quite humorous. Oh, that's good. That's good to hear. Yeah, deaths at the beginning of books that's hard. I write my description while I do my watch through, so my description and everything is done as well. I usually write my description when I'm uploading to YouTube because that's what takes the longest. So I do a rendering from my editor. That doesn't take quite as long. It still takes like 20 minutes or so. But then when I upload onto YouTube, it takes an hour and a half. If it's a long video, it takes 2.5 hours. So that's when I do my description and make my thumbnail. It's a process. Chelle Kenyon is one of my favorite authors.
She's one of my favorites too, definitely. Yeah. Although some of her books were a little hard to read. Yeah. But she is one of my favorites.
It would be nice to go to sleep right away instead of doing everything. Mm-hmm. What? You got it mostly done, Naomi. Or you got it all done. Or mostly all the way done. Nope, not sweet and Sherilyn. Steamy, yes. Maybe that's what I want for Valentine's Day. Amy showing her true friendship colors. What did I do? What did I do? I forgot. What did I do?
What did I do, Star Trek?
Oh, you know, I know that's so funny because I know so much about Chelle. We've known each other for a very long time, and I know a lot of your enjoy. Although I don't know any of your anime loves, so there's certain things that I guess she's just kept from me. And it's okay. Like, I don't mind. It's good to have a little mystery, Chelle. A Royal Christmas Wish by Lizzie Shane is a sweet romance. Ooh, I like that. Royal Christmas Wish. I don't think I've heard of that one. Me too, Chelle. Oh, she likes Sherilyn Kenyon too? Is that what she means? I've seen more of Next Gen more than I have the original Star Trek. I've also seen all the movies with Chris Pine. I've only seen one.
Was the best. I mean, they're all good in their own way, but Next Gen was the best. I mean, Will Wheaton and Patrick Stewart. Come on.
Yeah. Mine used to be that length of time. Now it takes 5 to 10 minutes to export for anything over 30 minutes and 15. Wow, did you get a new like an upgrade on your internet? I actually did when I was house sitting for my boss. It only took like 10 to 15 minutes to upgrade on his internet, and I was like, yeah, my internet's crap. So I know that's a problem. Because at his house, I was like, whoa, this is magic. It happened so quickly. Sunday Potluck Club is also a sweet book. Oh, no steam, lots of friendship, helps each other through grief, death of loved ones from cancer. Oh, that sounds rough.
That doesn't sound sweet.
Sounds rough. I don't know about that one. The other one, maybe. Not for Valentine's Day. Royal. Okay, that is so long. My exporting is already done. Yeah, it's our internet out here. Our internet is really bad. It's terrible. Reading Acheron and
Oh,
Styx was
yeah,
heartbreaking.
exactly. And that is exactly what I was thinking of too. Asteron and Styx were so hard for me to read. Oh, they were painful. So heartbreaking. But yeah, I think I've read them both twice because I went and reread all of her books relatively recently because I love her and that's what I do. But I did reread them. It was still
That was Sherilyn
hard,
Kenyon.
but she's just such a good writer.
Star Trek. Patrick, yes, yeah, I know. I didn't.
Yes, he is.
I know that Shell's in love with Patrick Stewart. I do know that. I didn't really put two and two together though. Like, because you always talk about Patrick Stewart. Whenever you talk about Patrick Stewart to me, you talk about him in the role of Scrooge in A Christmas Carol. So every time I hear you say Patrick Stewart, it's Scrooge. It's Scrooge. It's never Star Trek.
Because
Like, you
it's
never.
Christmas. It's a tradition to watch Christmas
I
Carol.
know, but I'm saying, I'm saying that she's keeping things from me. Star Trek and Sherilyn. Ash gave me his old computer. It's beautiful. It's still worth 2K, and his new computer is worth 4. Oh, but also he's a gamer, so he likes top of the line. Yeah, that makes a big difference. I don't know if my computer is so much of an issue as my internet. I know my internet is really bad out here. I'm ending. I live out like on a, like, I don't want to say out in the middle of nowhere, but I just live further away from. We don't have a lot of good options for internet out here. Let's put it that way. I'm envying the fast export times. Mine takes several hours, usually at least 4 hours. Oh, I have to export overnight. The more editing, the longer to export. That is rough, Christine. That's rough. Sorry. Pity that SJM Crescent City doesn't come out a day earlier for. Oh. So Shell has read Crescent City. I haven't read it yet. Mom read it. I thought you read it.
No, the last one I read the new book in the Court series when that came out.
Okay.
But I haven't read Crescent City.
I thought you had read Crescent City for some reason. Mom read it. She loved it when she read it, but she can't remember it at all right now. Like, everybody's talking about it because
I want to read it, but I'm going to wait till her series is finished.
Is there going to be more than the 2?
I don't know, but I absolutely can't stand starting series that are incomplete.
I know.
I have to go back and reread them all.
Patrick Stewart was the best captain.
Yes, he was. By far. The Chris Pine is second.
I'm excited to see the new Picard. I am not a huge Chris Pine fan, except I loved him in that Star Trek movie. The one, I haven't seen any more of them, but the one I saw him in, he was so good. It was so good. It made me change.
Watch all of them.
Yeah.
The first season, I did see that, and it was really, really good. I really enjoyed it. It was nice to see. We had Jerry Ryan come back. It was really cool, and I haven't seen the second season yet, or I don't even know if it's out yet. But the first season was really good.
Crescent City. Magda's ready for Crescent City as well. Same. Binge all the way. Good to know. Good to know about the card. All right, guys. Well, I'm fading. I'm fading. So I think that we're going to have to call it a night. This has been amazing. This has been wonderful. This is a great way to start out my goal of doing reading sprints at least once a month. And next month, we're doing reading sprints on my channel for City of Bones for the Bookstar read along. So I may do another reading sprint at some time next month. That's not for the read along, but my priority is for the read along. So that one is on the 11th. So even if you're not part of the Bookstar read-alongs, we're just sprinting to get caught up on City of Bones. So come and join us, and come read with us, and maybe I'll do another reading sprint next month. But I'm not making any promises at the moment. This was a blast. I had such a good time. Thank you for coming on, Shell.
Anytime.
Thanks so much for joining me. And let's see. I heard Crescent City's supposed to be 6 books. 6 books.
She writes really long series. All of her series are long.
It's almost 2 a.m. with Meg, and that is rough. Yeah, it's not even that late for me, and I'm fading. This is a lot of fun. Thank you, Christine. Thank you so much for coming. Thanks for the sprints. Thanks for coming, Naomi. I can't wait to watch your video tomorrow. Heading to bed. Have a good weekend, everyone. Paige will be floating in the comments because she forgot her own birthday. She did. Poor Paige. I feel so bad, Paige. Maybe we have to have a second Bookstar read-alongs sprint next month. So Paige will be there. Because, yeah, Paige's birthday is coming up, which is really exciting. She's going to be having an amazing time. She's not going to miss us. Good night, Meg. Good night. This was fun. Thank you so much for coming, Amberjen. Thank you, Paige. Wait. This was fun. Thank you so much for coming, Natalie. Hopefully you can come to your next one. Yes. Oh, don't worry about being on time. Just come and sprint with us. There's no, happy to have you at any point. Yay, great night. Love you, Magda. I'll talk to you tomorrow. Don't feel bad. I'll do sprints on my channel throughout the month. Okay, yes, that's a good idea. We'll be doing sprints on here. We get to come and sprint with you. I'm sure I'll need it next month. It's a good way to be productive. I was the one who forgot. Just still felt bad because it's our read along. I might have to reread City of Bones this month. You might have to come join us. Good night. Thanks for the sprints. Thank you so much for coming, and I will see you all later.